Gotta get it out of the way that we're in the dark right here because my eyes are bad. I cannot see, and light from the studio lamps, well, it harms me. So you either get a stream in the dark or you don't get a stream, and I'd rather give you a stream in the dark, you know? The edgiest stream. You're goddamn right, crude doodle. All right. You know how we do. We're going to be talking about Lost Caverns of Ixalan. I'm going to be doing, this is the set review. Usually I do this before all the cards are out, but, well, here's the thing. Now that the PPR has happened, I can also talk about this without it spoiling too much. Serge was visiting Victoria for the PPR and stuff for the week before the PPR. Which means that we had Serge in town. Serge is off in Alberta, aka he's dead. And so we recorded a whole bunch of stuff. We recorded a lot, like 5 episodes of North 100 Showdown, 2 episodes of North 100 the podcast. Like, we got that done. And then on top of that, there's all the prep for getting the PPR pre-records done, getting an episode of Scryfall Roulette with the guests recorded, on top of regular streams, on top of trying to push a bunch of pre-recorded stuff together before Desert Bus, because Desert Bus is next week, which is going to take over everything. So it's a lot. And I'm tired. I'm so tired. Kazakhan, welcome back for the 3rd month. What up? Excuse me. How you doing? How you been? Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the support. So yeah, that's why we're here. That's why we did all this. That's why the set review's late. Oh, and then also we tried to do this stream on Thursday, but a tree got in the way. And it was like, by the time I was able to actually do anything, it was like, well, this is way too late. This is a bad idea. Thraxamore, welcome back for the 53rd month. Holy smokes. I think I said 52 months was a gambler's year. So what is this, an Eggman's year? 53? Yeah. 53 is an Eggman's year? Who was the Eggman? The Cuckoo Cuckoo. I don't know. Who's a celebrity that's currently 53 years old? And not a shit. It could be their year. All right. Another thing that I'm doing today for this stream, before we get into it, is that I am going to be using the entire card image gallery. Again, usually we do this before. I have my own setup. But because all the cards are available, all the cards are here in English, and we can look at them in all their glory, they're all in one spot, I'm just going to do it this way. So it's going to look a little different, but honestly, it's a little easier on me. And, you know, I'll take as much cushioning for this stream as I can get. Sounds good? Great. So I'm going to be doing this slightly differently, though. Normally, we just lump everything together. I'm going to be going through the cards in the main set, the cards from the commander set, and then the cards from Jurassic World. Why isn't it called Jurassic Park? Is Jurassic World the new one? I've never actually watched the new ones. I watched the old ones when I was younger. But I've never watched this one. We're going that way. I'm going to be talking about them through the lens of Canadian Highlander, Gladiator, and Commander. Also just talking about them because, you know, some of them are pretty cool. And yeah. No, I can talk about the guests. I mean, I'll recap the PPR really quickly. Is that, because this is going to be a fucking long stream, is the PPR was great. We had Z, main character. We had Ash Lizzle, and we had Anna Margaret on as guests. And the vibes were immaculate. I don't watch a lot of Magic content, but I watch Ash. So that was kind of cool to be like, hey, welcome to Canada. Do you want to play Canadian Highlander? And she did, and I think she got hooked pretty quickly. There's a photo that I put on Twitter of her playing against Surge, and I'm on her side of the table, and I was playing the I was the shuffler and the like, so this is kind of what your deck does, all that stuff. And I oh, you meant the special guest cards. No, I'm not doing this as a joke. I did mention that I would talk about the guests that we had for the PPR. And so I was like, right, I should do that. Because I do like recapping the PPR. So Ash got a taste of Highlander, and I think she's hooked, which is great. We have very similar vibes on that. Z and I were incredibly chaotic together, which was nice. Very cool person. It was a great little slice of energy, especially there was a round where it was myself, Z, and Anna Margaret, and it was just it was choice. It was choice. And then Anna Margaret and I were the day we recorded the Tap Concede Scryfall Roulette, I come home and I tell Kiefer, like, we met the guests and, you know, they're great, and we filmed this thing. And I was like, I gotta tell you, there's one of our guests. She is like a Disney prince. She was a Disney princess performer, or was like, and had this like incredible energy and was just so passionate about everything that even someone with as icy a heart as me was just like, oh, this person's cool as shit. And then it just turns out that both of us had, I mean, we're both around the same age, married for around the same amount of time. We had a lot of overlap, talked musical theater. It was good. It was fucking great. Great guests, great show. It was so groovy. It was so groovy. Also, this is a cool announcement. Next, I don't have any graphics or anything for this, but next Saturday, which is pre-release weekend for Lost Caverns of Ixalan, if you are in the Vancouver area, Cameron and I are #sponsored by Wizards of the Coast going to be playing in the pre-release at Rain City Gaming. Let me see if I can pull them up here. We're going to be at a store. Rain City Games, excuse me. Yeah, we're in the one in Vancouver. I did. Are you backseat streaming me? Kiefer's backseat streaming me. Unbelievable. Rain City Games of Vancouver. So we're going to be playing at this pre-release. And you can show up, play against us. I'm going to be bringing Canlander too to play in between rounds and all that. So yeah, if you are in the Vancouver area, you can come hang out with Cameron and I and play at this pre-release at Rain City Games. It's cool. There's going to be a video going up explaining it as well. If you want more information, but honestly, that's it. That's the information. I don't think I would go to Eternal Weekend anyways. This has been hell. Going from subathon to recording in Winnipeg to immediately doing prep for the PPR to the Surges in Town recording. I am fucking spent. I am not in a good spot. I might even take Desert Bus off. That's another thing I want to talk about. I promise we'll talk about cards. I might take Desert Bus off, or at least like once Desert Bus starts, I might just not stream until I want to stream. I don't want to say I'm taking the week off because I really like streaming, not just because it pays the bills, but because it's fun. I love it. It's great. I get to play Magic against people for a living. I mean, that's pretty cool. And I get to talk shit. You know, my two favorite things respectfully woven together. So yeah, I might just, you know, close my eyes and not look at a computer screen for like 4 days until I want to. So I'm just giving people a heads up. I'm still not decided, but I think that's probably a good thing to do. Viewerships tend to be crap during Desert Bus anyways. And then also it's nice to send people to Desert Bus during that time because, well, it's for a good cause. Even if I am hashtag banned from Desert Bus. Also, Wish Cash Enthusiast. Powerful name. Welcome back for the 2nd month. How you doing? How you been? Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you for coming back. And Lyrazel for the 25th month. That's a quarter of a year. Holy smokes. Thank you so much for all the support. Glad to have you. Good to see you. You do prove that you can talk smack without being a jerk. Oh yeah, that's just being Canadian. That's just being Canadian and playing sports when you're younger. You just bust chops. That's the sign of Ohana, and Ohana means get off my back. Okay, let's talk Lost Caverns of Ixalan. I'm going to start this right away. This set is a banger. This might be an all-timer, which could be bad news because I tend to like really divisive sets. But I mean, holy smokes. We recorded the like first impressions tap tap concede, and it was like an hour and a half because Cameron, Graham, and I kept talking about it non-stop. I've drafted the full disclosure. I have now played, obviously sealed through the PPR, and I have drafted the set through the draft that we do in studio and through some other content related to the ambassador program. Like I've played this set and it is great. It is so, and this is coming off me being like, I don't know if I like to draft anymore, or I don't like draft as much as I thought I did. No, the set slaps. The art is good, the gameplay is good, the cards are so interesting and fun. I am, yeah, 100%. I will shill the crap out of this set because it is golden. It is golden. Nuclear Stully, welcome back for the 39th month. What up? How you doing? How you been? Thank you for all the support. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Orzhov Preeter for the 7th month. Looking forward to seeing your review for our favorite vampire for Ruin Your Evening. Oh, Amalia? Amalia Benavides Aguirre? I will say one thing. When we recorded North 100 Showdown, I may have played vampires. And I may have played Amalia in that vampires deck. And oh boy, she's pretty good. Oh, she's pretty good. Yep. Pretty good. Pip, what up? Welcome back for the 8th month. How you doing? How you been? Glad to have you and good to see you. Thank you for the support and the kind words. Mr. Hot Bin Juice for the 3rd month. Descent. Hey, how come they call it descend when you in the card permanents in your graveyard when you out the ascend for City's Blessing? God, I think that gave me another migraine. HP Jones for the 15th month. What up? How you doing? How you been? That's a long time. Thanks for the support and good to see you active on the Pokemon 99 forums. Not to dox you in your activities, but it is cool seeing more people where it's like, oh, you're here. Hell yeah. Oh, you're enjoying this. Oh, cool. You know? Is she Ruin Your Evening playable? Probably. There is a version of Ruin Your Evening that can dip into black. There's an Abzan version too. That's a deck that is shockingly underexplored, you know? It's me and Plachow and then a couple of other people that are playing it. But yeah, there's some other versions of the deck that I would be interested in seeing kind of explored. Currently watching this with your 6-month-old. She likes it when I woo. Okay, well, I'm a sucker for making kids laugh, so how about this? Woo! Oh, sorry. Anyways, let's talk about Ixalan, shall we? Sure, why not? How do I do this on this? All right. Abuelo's Awakening. X, 3 and a white for a sorcery. Return target artifact or non-aura enchantment card from your graveyard to play with X additional +1/+1 counters on it. It's a spirit in addition to its other types. This card is kind of cool. Like, I enjoy the fact that it is another refurbish. But it's a refurbish that can, well, I guess our giving restoration is probably a better example. Like, it's anything that can reanimate an artifact, you can do some cheaty stuff with it. Anything that you can reanimate, like an enchantment, is also kind of interesting. The fact that it becomes a creature is kind of wild. I bet there's something goofy you can do with this. This is a card where I think this effect is strong enough and unique enough that you want redundancy if you are looking to build around this. And I'd be interested in seeing, well, a deck to build around this, right? Like either like an artifact reanimator deck. This is probably more Gladiator than anything, just because the cost of these cards is a bit higher. But yeah, this is kind of a neat little one. Also, I just love the fact that there's a card called Abuelo, right? There's a legendary creature for this, but it's just Grandpa, right? Hey, Gramps. Grandpa's up. This is 5 a.m. That's when my grandpa used to wake up. I remember that. Or very early. Very early. Yeah, I don't know if I want it for Enchantress or like a specific... Like, I think you need to be dedicated in a deck that's like, I can get this in my graveyard, then I can cheat it into play. Abuelo is another white Latino with blue. Yeah, exactly. I love, you know, it's always representation matters, especially for white Latinos, you know. We got a bunch of limited cards here, so we're gonna skip those. But we have clay fired bricks. 1 and a white for an artifact. When it ETBs, you search your library for a basic plains, reveal it, put it into your hand, and gain 2 life. Then it has craft with artifact. Craft is a new mechanic in the set. It's not always craft with artifact. There will be like craft with island, craft with dinosaur, craft with multiple things. But in this case, you exile this card and then another card that qualifies. So this one, you exile another artifact that you either control or an artifact in your graveyard. And then you return this to play under your owner's control. The exile is a part of the cost. So they can't, while you can only use this as a sorcery, they can't respond to it. You can't be like, I'm going to craft. They're like, I'm going to abrade this. That's illegal, and they should be punished for that. Craft is really cool. I'm going to show you the flip side, but I do got to say, I love craft. Craft is not just because it's artifacts doing artifact things, but craft is a very interesting mechanic. I've really enjoyed it. And it turns into Cosmium Kiln. So when it comes into play, you make 2 1/1 gnomes, and then creatures you control get +1/+1. So it's an anthem. Get your damn hands up. And it makes 2 bodies. 7 mana is a lot of mana, but it does ramp you into this. This is the kind of card that I could see. I don't know how to properly, you know, describe it, but it's like it's a card that AMC would play. You know, and AMC's like mono white, slightly ramping, very annoying kind of value deck. Like the mono white mid-range deck, I could see this in like big white because it does replace itself, gains you some life, gives you a permanent, draws you some cards, that kind of stuff. And 7 mana is pretty costly, but this is the kind of thing where like, well, you're not playing it to get up to 7 mana, but if you do find yourself with this card and 7 mana in your deck that probably has like 40 lands anyways, 42 lands, then yeah, you're gonna just pump this out. I love the smell of freshly baked gnomes. Oh yeah, there's gnomes in this set. We're gonna say the word gnomes quite a bit. So yeah, gnomes are baked. That's worth mentioning. Okay. Dauntless Dismantler. 1 and a white for a 1/4 human artificer. Artifacts your opponents control enter the battlefield tapped. And then XX white, sacrifice Dauntless Dismantler. Destroy each artifact with mana value X or less. So I'm going to talk about this card through Canadian Highlander. This card is, thank God it's a 1/4. The problem is people might still play this. I don't actually think this card is playable in Canadian Highlander. At least not if you're entering like a bigger tournament. If you are, if I'm playing Death and Taxes, and actually there's a better example. If like the Highlander year end rolls around and Jack is playing Death and Taxes and myself, and like he's got the read that I'm going to bring Paradox and Robin is going to bring like, I don't know, some kind of artifact combo deck. This card doesn't even do anything against Storm decks, which is kind of funny. Because Lion's Eye Diamond, you can sacrifice it even though it's tapped. So it doesn't even work against Breach. Basically, this is like a card that you bring if you're playing against in a pot of 8 people and you know 2 of them are on artifact combo. And even then, it doesn't do that much. Like it's so expensive for this activation that you're realistically only doing it for like a single white or 2 and a white. This card just, this is such a good, excuse me, such a good example of like a white hate bear that is just not good enough for Highlander that people will still play, even though they shouldn't. Your hate bears need to have 2 power or more, like if they're at this level, because a 1/4 doesn't kill people. It survives bolt, which is okay, but who gives a shit? You just let this card hang around. Like it's just not, it doesn't pressure. It ends up actually hurting a lot of the other cards that you tend to play if you're playing Death and Taxes or humans. And yeah, it's not very good. I wouldn't recommend playing this card in Highlander. I'm not just saying this because I'm the artifact guy. I'm saying this because I'm going to try to help you win more, matches. This card's kind of cracked for CDH though. I didn't mention that. I kind of want to take like for the reviews, as I've started to play more CDH and think about CDH more, there are cards like this that pop up where I'm like, oh, yeah, I could see playing this in like Winota, or other like Staxy like creature decks with access to white, right? Like this, getting this out early is just going to really stymie like development, which is kind of hot. Pretty good against cards like Mana Vault and Grim Monolith too, which is interesting. But yeah, not good enough for Highlander. Certainly not good enough for Gladiator, just because there's not really targets. Yeah, the static ability isn't symmetrical. That's not the part that I'm worried about if you're talking about this card in Death and Taxes. It's more just like the activation. Like, Artifacts ETB tapped isn't actually that big of a deal for something like Paradox combo or even Storm, I think this hammer's too expensive. I don't really want to talk about it too much. There's some cards in here that like I'll breeze past and it'll be like, here's why I'm not talking about it at length. I think this hammer's too expensive. I thought about playing it in Boros Equipment, but Citizen's Crowbar, while more expensive up front at a 2 mana, you get you get a token with it, which is huge, and then a single mana to tap, sack, and disenchant is pretty big. Dusk Rose Reliquary. This card is another kind of gotcha card in a way. So it's 1 white, it's an artifact. There's an additional cost to cast this. You have to sack an artifact or a creature. And it has Ward 2. When it DTBs, you exile target artifact or creature and opponent controls until this leaves play. So, for Canadian Highlander, I don't think this is good enough. I think that you are more interested in just playing Portable Hole because this is a genuine cost associated with it. And while the Ward 2 is pretty big, most of the cards that you want a Portable Hole in your like Jeskai Welder deck, or your like the cards that you really want to get rid of for like Paradox combo, they're just 2 mana anyways, right? Like it's the cheap stuff that you're really worried about. You will find spots where you're like, wow, I wish I could Portable Hole this opposition agent, but that card usually gets a gotcha before you could even take a game action anyways. For something like Gladiator, which is going to be a little slower and certainly has a higher curve for the threats, this card, I could see this card seeing play, especially because the decks that care about, the decks that generate artifacts or creature tokens, like, yeah, you can sacrifice one. I think you need to play this in a card that cares about artifacts, not about having a whole bunch of creatures. Although you can convert, like, I don't know, like a Wall of Omens or whatever. Not actual Wall of Omens, but something. You can convert Wall of Omens adjacent with this card. Yeah, it's okay. It's the kind of card where people be like, whoa, I'm ignoring this line of text, or I'm going to pay attention to this line of text, but I'm going to be like, yeah, I'll have something to sacrifice, and that's okay. And it's like, no, that's a genuine cost. Unless you're a deck built around making a bunch of artifacts or creatures that are of low cost for you to create or get into play. Like, you know, if you're a deck that can develop a bunch of eggs or make servo tokens, that kind of thing. This card's kind of funny. Fabrication Foundry. 1 and a white for an artifact. Taps for a white. You can only use that mana on artifact spells or abilities. And then has 2 and a white. Tap, exile 1 or more other artifacts you control with total mana value X. You return an artifact with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. So this card's not playable in Canlander, and I don't think it's playable in Gladiator. Exiling your artifacts, obviously, is to prevent from like a recursion loop going on, which makes sense. You could play this in Gladiator if you want an additional mana rock and you're only like, you know, you're primarily casting artifacts and spending their mana abilities, or spending mana on their abilities and stuff. I'm just not super impressed with it. Like, the fact that you have to sacrifice real artifacts instead of tokens is pretty meh, you know? This is a card where I'm excited to play this in Commander, but it's, or even like, I could see like a goofy standard deck pop up with this, right? Like a Thran Spider type deck, but I don't think this card has enough juice to see dedicated play. This is not Mind Stone. This is very far from Mind Stone. Like, yeah, but if you are a deck with Mind Stone and you want as much density as possible, you could play this. But again, like, the artifact decks, typically your payoffs are non-artifacts, and it's always a little awkward when you just have like this mana floating that you can't always use, you know? Yeah, you can exchange 0 mana artifacts for tokens, but it's at the cost for 3, so it's just like, what am I turning my servo into? Like you turn my servo into a Black Lotus, and great, I'm like even on mana. It's just not that great. We can talk about Family Reunion. This is in my category of card that has a strong enough ability that I want to talk about it, but not strong enough that I want to actually spend too much time on it. I wish I had a great, like, blurb, like a great name for these kind of cards, where it's just like, people will ask about it. It's not going to be worth playing. People will still play it. And it might do a thing, but ultimately it's not the correct choice if we're looking at this from like the most strategic like way possible, you know? Yeah, it's a no cigar. CBNC? Hold on, let me double check that CBNC isn't some... No, not CNBC. Wait, what? Certification Board of Nuclear Cardiology. Okay. Yeah, it's a CBNC. 2 mana instant. You can either buff your team for 1 or creatures you control gain hexproof. That second ability is pretty good, but it's just a thing that white doesn't really need anymore. And even if you want this kind of effect, you can find it in both Canlander or Gladiator with more impact, right? Like Unbreakable Formation or whatever. Get Lost. This card is pretty cool and good. 1 and a white for an instant. Destroy target creature, enchantment, or planeswalker. Its controller creates 2 map tokens. The first comparison that gets brought up is rightfully Fateful Absence. They're both 2 mana instants for 1 and a white that can destroy a creature and a planeswalker. Fateful Absence makes they create a excuse me, a clue token. This instead makes 2 map tokens, and it also hits enchantments. So this has a bit more range on what it can hit, which is great because enchantment destruction that gets tacked onto other cards is great. That's where you want to get it. Obviously, having something to deal with Leyline Binding or Blood Moon or Back to Basics or Enigmatic Incarnation. I mean, we could be talking about Gladiator, we could talk about Highlander, just like the flexibility to occasionally just hit an enchantment. Yeah, Urza Saga, like that's great. Map tokens I like, but they're not generic enough to always be usable for your opponent, right? They're great if you are the one that's creating them and wants to then use them. I think map tokens are huge. I love Explore. I think Explore is a great mechanic, and an artifact that lets you make one of your creatures explore, great. But like you could just hit their planeswalker and then they have no creatures to develop, and you're good. You can, you know, in a control match, you can kill their 1 creature and then they just don't have anything to explore on. That's pretty nice. I think that's a bit better than 1 card. It's like a thing where it might pop up or you're like, oh shit, I wish I could have just given them a clue token. But I think that this has a lot more play to it, and I would be shocked if this card ended up staying on the bench. Like I'd be shocked if someone's like, no, I'm just going to play Fateful Absence and not Get Lost. You know, I think you play Get Lost maybe over Fateful Absence, but you're likely playing both of them in the same deck. You know what I mean? Like just play both. Your white or white X deck gets access to redundant pieces of flexible removal. It's great. Oh, the Great Door. I don't really want to talk about this too much, but now I have this up on the screen. Guardian of the Great Door, white 4/4. It's an angel, but it has an additional cost to cast it. You got to tap 4 untap artifacts, creatures, and lands, and it's got flying. Really funny off Aether Vial. Really funny off cards like Unearth and Helping Hand. That's it. I wouldn't play this, but it is kind of hilarious that you can just like cheat this into play a variety of ways, and then it's just, you know, still not even doing that much. Like it's got big Sarah Avenger vibes, you know, big Sarah Avenger vibes. You can hit this off Collected Company, which is not relevant here, but that's also kind of funny. Yeah, it's a thing that you can do. Probably wouldn't recommend doing it because the payoff isn't even that exciting, but yeah, it's a cute little thing. Speaking of Helping Hand, this one I actually want to talk about. This card rules. 1 white for a sorcery. Return target creature with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to play tap. Love it. Love it for a bunch of reasons. 1, I like this direction for white. I think the split of white and black reanimation should be exactly this. If you have a cheap black card that returns it from the graveyard, it goes back to your hand. If you have a more expensive black card that returns something from the graveyard, it goes to play. So if you're returning small things, black cards will cost cheaper and they go to your hand. If you're returning a big thing, it's got to be in black. It's got to be one thing or everything. Like that. It's just, maybe I'm not articulating this very well. I think they've done a great job of differentiating the identity of white reanimation and black reanimation, right? Black reanimation is like, I'm taking everything. Or it's, I'm getting this one big thing back. Or it's, I'll get these, but it's a minor reanimation spell, so they just go to my hand. Whereas white is like, I'm bringing this one small thing right to play. And sometimes it's even bigger. Whereas the mass white reanimation is also just like, hey, I'm bringing everything back from my yard, but I got to pay a little bit more. But I have a little more control over what I bring back. And I like that. It's neat. It gives more identity to these cards. It fits the play styles of these decks. It's great. I think they're doing a bang up job. Wizards gets a lot of crap unnecessarily from people that frankly don't know what the hell they're talking about. But I do wish that they got some praise for stuff like this that tends to go a little, like, the people tend to step over this, where it's like, no, this is cool. They've been working on this. It's been effective. It's interesting. Like, that's good, right? That's cool. Give them the feedback that this is cool and good, and we want to see more of this, because they listen, right? I mean, shoot, they just did the update, which they did an update, by the way, where they got rid of the card type tribal and was replaced with kindred. They got rid of they've updated the totem armor to being umbra armor. They changed the Rakshasa creatures to no longer be cats, and visually they'll be designed in a way that separates it from Hindu spiritualism and demons and religious context. Same with Naga are no longer going to be a creature type. They're now being snakes, you know, to again try and push them away from the religious context. And yeah, that's all cool and good. And Shivam posted about it and was like, hey, these are great changes. I didn't ask for any of this. Like, Shivam didn't like barge through Watsy's door or whatever and be like, hey, stop. Right? Like, it was just through feedback and talking to these people, and for, you know, stuff where they're like, I don't like this, here's why I don't like this, can we work on that? Or, I do like this, please keep making more of this. People listen, right? Anyways, Helping Hand. Yeah, this is White Unearth. It comes into play tapped. You don't get the cycle option, but that's okay. This is a card from 2023. It's a spell from 2023, not a spell from Urza's Legacy. Being able to return Bygone Bishop, Welcoming Vampire, any of these ETBs, Fiend Hunters, Werefox Bodyguards, all the annoying white creatures that you thought you got rid of for 1 mana. Extremely my jam. I love these cards. I said this with Woe and Triumphant Return. I think I'm now at the point, though, where I was playing a version of Ruin Your Evening. Even I tried the Ruin Your Evening in Gladiator with both Triumphant Return and Recommission. If I play that deck again, I'm going to add Helping Hand and keep the slot. But I tried a version of that deck for Canlander with the spells. Ruin Your Evening and Canlander with the recommission one on. They were okay. They actually, I mean, they always ended up trading up or getting back like a Kami of False Hope. But I think I'm just going to cut them for Helping Hand. Just like, I just need one, especially when I have one of them that's this power level, right? The deck has a lot of 3-drops. And so being able to be like, annoying 3-drop. And my opponent's like, I'm going to kill it. And it's like, cool, untap. Annoying 3-drop. Helping Hand to reanimate my annoying 3-drop, right? That's huge. Or you're a deck that plays a bunch of protective spells, so it's like annoying 3-drop. Fingers crossed. Oh, they killed it? Okay, untap. Protection creature. Reanimate my annoying 3-drop. Like, that's great. Big fan. Big fan. That's not what I wanted to hit. I wanted to hit this. I'm using short keys on my computer, which I don't really use. Dun-dun. Kutzil's Flanker. 2 and a white for a 3/1 cat warrior with flash. When Kutzil's Flanker enters the battlefield, you choose one. You either put a 1/1 counter on it for each creature that left play under your control this turn. You gain 2 and scry 2. Or you exile target player's graveyard. This is a flash creature with a lot of different words on it. Don't think I'm going to play this in Highlander because it's a 3-drop. Even though it's a 3-drop and like they're all appealing, but also just like not really needed, right? Like in Canlander, I don't care about gain 2, scry 2. It is kind of cute that that's like a little bit of a Charming Prince kind of fused into each other, but Charming Prince is a 2-mana creature. The exile target player's graveyard can be a cool gotcha moment, but like the white and white X disruptive creature decks already tend to do well at stopping stuff from the graveyard. Or like stopping stuff that decks that want to use their graveyard do. And then putting a 1/1 counter on it for each creature that left the battlefield under your control this turn is always just like, well, you may have wrapped my board, but I got this t-shirt. And you're like, oh, okay. Usually that's only impactful if you are already in a like winning position, you know? It's tough. It's also just got 1 toughness. So I think this is too weak for Canlander. Might just be too weak for Gladiator too. Like the power level in Gladiator is getting up. 1 toughness is pretty brutal. Dies to everything. Flash is kind of neat, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not super enthused. It's just a 3/2. Or it's bigger and it's just like, okay. Yeah, the first mode's kind of cool in a Blink deck, but think about like how Blink decks are actually winning the game. Like Blink decks are usually just winning the game by like annoying their opponent, or just concession, or taking infinite turns, or making like a way too many 3/3 beasts because they flickered Thrag Tusk or whatever. Yeah, I don't know if this even like making check out my big idiot. It's like, oh, okay, sure. I'll block. Like it kind of undoes all the advantage that you've gained from playing your deck. Know what I mean? Market Gnome is kind of cute. I don't think I'd play this magic card. You can maybe play this in like you can maybe play this in like a Furthest Chunk deck. 1 mana 0/3, when it dies, you gain 1 and draw a card, and then when it is exiled from the battlefield while you're activating a craft ability, you gain 1 and draw a card. This draws you a card. It's a 1 mana 0/3 that is probably going to draw you a card. And I kind of like that. And it's an artifact. And you can bring it off Lurrus. That's kind of hot. I'm not going to be playing this card in basically anything in Canlander, but it's really cool. There's a Suntail Hawk that when it dies, it explores on a creature. Well, that creature explores, and it has Vigilance. That's kind of neat. This dog exists. What's the pronunciation on this card? O'Hare? O'Hare Talk? I think it's O'Hare Talk. I opened a fancy version of this card. I don't know if it ended up I don't know if it actually ended up in the pack opening thing on the PPR. The pack opening thing for the PPR, when you have cards with double-sided cards, they tend to take longer, so a lot gets cut. But I opened this in my pool. Where is it? I have too many cards on my desk now. I have the fancy version of this card. That's my draft deck. Or no, this is my... Oh yeah, that's my draft deck. It did? Okay, cool. Yeah. 4 white for a 6/6 legendary creature god. It has Vigilance. If 1 or more creature tokens would be created under your control, 3 times that many of these tokens are created instead. And when O'Hare Talk dies, return to the battlefield tapped and transformed under its owner's control. And then it turns into... I don't even want to get rid of that because I want to go back to the front side. We're working the kinks out with this version, but I actually don't hate this. By the way, before I read the backside, how do people feel about this visual setup? Is it fine? I mean, not the camera thing, but like, does this work for people? Because do you know how much it is? Shockingly a large amount of work downloading all the images, resizing all the images. Great. Okay, if this works for people, I might do this because maybe I'm overdoing it for the old version, you know. If it gets the job done, it gets the job done. It transforms into Temple of Civilization. It's a land, taps for a white, pay 2 and a white, tap, transform Temple of Civilization. Activate only if you've attacked with 3 or more creatures this turn, only as a sorcery. So pretty cool. These gods, when they die, the rat, wait, sometimes the card is cutting off the tail of the rat. Well, I can move the rat. Ratthew can move somewhere. I mean, Ratthew has so much room on this, right? We could put Ratthew up there. We could put Ratthew down in the corner here. So I like this. It's kind of a cute little cycle of the gods. This card is obviously kind of absurd for Commander. If you do a thing, do more. But I gotta tell you, this is my piece. This is my number one critique about modern Commander design, because I actually don't like. There's a lot of people that just complain for the sake of complaining about new commanders and all that jazz. I really dislike this. I really dislike the 3 times. I know that there's power creep and it's this like arms race, and we got Fiery Emancipation, and I play Fiery Emancipation in every red deck that I build. And frankly, if I'm a tokens deck, I'm going to play this card too, because it's absurd. But I'm really just kind of, it's just too much. I don't like it. It's a little too, it's not even that it's too straightforward, but it's just, it kind of invalidates too many other cards and does so in a way that I'm not excited to play with it, you know? Like, at least Fiery Emancipation, when I play with it, I'm almost less excited and more just like, fine, at least we can end this game, you know? Yeah, it's got diminishing returns. So yeah, this is something that I have passed on to members of R&D. This is something I have shared with other members of the Commander advisory group and the RC of like, so I don't like this. It's a thing that I wish they would not do. I don't know if they're going to actually not do it. But it's something that I'm not super excited about. I opened this version of it. This treatment. There are a couple of treatments on the cards. I'm not a huge fan of this style, but again, I talked about this at length. I think that I like the magic frame as it is. I think it's pretty gorgeous, and it's pretty. I think it's pretty perfect. And that, you know, how do you build on perfection? Well, you don't. You just end up making other stuff. Yeah, the art in this set in general is just like it's a complete knockout. It's a 10 out of 10. I have, like, I've been, before I went live, I caught myself just staring at O'Hare Coslam, the butterfly granny. The Ryan Pancost butterfly granny. Like, it's just so nice. It's so nice. You can't see shit. It's all dark. It's all Petrify. I mean, I'll briefly mention it. So this is a enchant artifact or creature, no activated abilities, can't attack or block. Yeah, pacifisms are getting better. Pacifisms are getting better in that the words on them are, there are more words, they cost less, all that kind of stuff. They're getting worse in that they're overdrafted for limited, and also just like there are more blink effects, more ways of cards doing something on ETB and whatnot. But this is a cool one. This is a good one to look at. Is this the one that turns into... Yeah, I don't care about that one too much. Resplendent Angel's back, but we already had Resplendent Angel. Rune Lurker Bat is kind of a fun one. It's 1 mana, 1/1 flying lifelink, and at the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, you scry 1. Descending is when a permanent card is put into your graveyard from anywhere. Notably, permanent card. Tokens are not cards. You've probably heard this a couple of times. But yeah, 1 mana, 1/1 flyer lifelink, so it's a Healer's Hawk. But then it also just has an added ability. And Healer's Hawk still sees occasional play in Gladiator and sometimes even in Canlander, but usually in Canlander it sees play from degenerates, but you know. Sangen Evangelist. This is kind of a neat one. 2 and a white for a 2/1 Vamp Cleric with Battle Cry. When it ETBs or dies, you make a 1/1 bat. So this is, you get 2 bodies for the price of 1. One of them has evasion, and then when the larger body dies, you get, you know right there, True Boredom? Got a cat on your keyboard there? Got a cat? Cat on the keyboard? Wait, it's a code. HZMZ5HHV. O with an umlaut. 5 VVV or ZZZ HZ VZ 5Z ZH09. Do they know? Yeah, this card's okay. It's a little goofy. Like it's a little low impact, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's a little low impact. Because while this does give you a reasonable amount of value, it's a 3-mana card. Battle Cry is kind of neat. Obviously, you have the synergy of making an evasive creature attack with this. Your evasive creature gets bigger. They block this because this is so vulnerable, and obviously it's only going to get worse with this Battle Cry. And then when they do that, you get another bat, so you get more pressure in the air. I like that. I think that's okay. I think I'm going to try this out in Gladiator Aristocrats. That's a place that I could see myself playing this, or try it out in Gladiator, like in Vampires maybe. Full disclosure, I didn't play this in Vampires when I played it in Canlander. I don't know if that's correct. Maybe I should have, but this is not an exciting card, which is probably why, you know, you look at it and you're like, I mean, yeah, it's okay, I guess. You're playing Street Fighter and my cat laid on my phone. Who's your cat play in Street Fighter? So yeah, this card's fine. It's not the most exciting thing in the world, but it does enough. Battle Cry is a pretty strong ability. Sometimes Goblins in Canlander still plays Goblin War Driver? War Leader? No, not War Leader. Goblin... Is it Goblin War Driver? Yeah, the 2-mana 2/2 with Battle Cry. Like, Battle Cry is a pretty good ability. It's kind of wild that it's a mechanic, to be honest, or a keyword ability, I guess. It's a good one. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm underselling this card. I kind of want to get more reps in it and with, excuse me, before I make a stern judgment. But it does enough. It's just not the most exciting card in the world. I'm going to very quickly talk about the land cyclers. Again, credit where credit is due. Please keep printing land cyclers. Not just because I love them for Commander, and because they make my 8-land Ameria the Sky Ruin Commander deck is it just gets better and better, more consistent every day. Maybe don't have them land cycle for 1. 2 is okay. I like 2, but it's just so nice for limited. It's so cool for Pauper, for budget decks. Obviously you have the added benefit of this set. It's great because, well, you just make them all dinosaurs. So people that want to play with dinosaurs get your big dinosaur, and then multiples of this let you set up for your big dinosaur, but they also trigger descend, or not trigger, but it enables descend. It enables craft as well, because it's an easy way. Not every card, you know, Spring-Loaded Sawblades, for instance, craft with artifact. There are other cards that craft with artifact. There's some cards that craft with a creature or with a dinosaur. So putting in your graveyard can help for that. It's great. Yeah, it's just cool and good. The Blades. This card's kind of funny. I don't know how good it is, but I'll talk about it a little bit. So for full disclosure, there's a backside to this card. I don't think this backside is that great. I'm mostly interested in this. So it's 1 and a white, and it's an artifact with flash. ETB, it deals 5 damage to a tapped creature an opponent controls, and then you can craft for 3 and a white. So I might play this in Canadian Highlander because it kills off mana dorks, kills off big things, everything that isn't Questing Beast, or Undermountain Adventurer, I guess. It kills off these big creatures, and it's a 2-mana artifact that you could just replay off Lurrus or repeatedly, you can welder it back in and out and all that jazz. And then the flip side, I'm less excited about for Canlander, right? For Canlander, I like that you can play this off Lurrus. It's cheap. You can kill Bandit Dorks with it. You can welder it out. Like, it's a reasonable thing that I will consider in Jeskai Welder. The backside... Oh, no, I deleted the thing. Can I... Oh, no. Oh, no, I made a big boo-boo. Oh, I made a boo-boo. I made a boo-boo. Anyways, actually, my head's not good enough for me to do two things at once here. Card image gallery. In Gladiator, I could see the flip side. Again, for some of the similar reasons, you could be an artifact deck that wants to play these kind of cards, and this one ends up turning into a 5/5, so you can actually try and close the game because your engine cards aren't as efficient as they are for Canlander. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm interested enough in playing this card in Canlander, and like maybe it's okay. Maybe the flip side's okay too. Good talk. Oh shit! I gotta restart the not all product card set. Lost Caverns of Ixalan. We get to talk about my favorite card in the set. Okay. This actually might be my call for the best card in the set, too. One of them. Thousand Moons Smithy. 2 white for a legendary artifact. When it enters the battlefield, you make a white gnome soldier artifact token. This token looks so dope, by the way. I don't know if it's available online. I don't actually know if that happens with tokens anymore, if they wait, but the token for this looks great. This creature's power and toughness are equal to the number of artifacts and or creatures you control. So it's a card construct, but better because your Trinket Mage makes it bigger, which is really neat. So this is 4 mana, make the world's best construct, which is pretty strong, right? That's already not that bad. It sounds like I'm talking about for Canlander primarily. This card can show up in Canadian Highlander as well, or sorry, in Gladiator as well. But for the sake of Canlander, that's just good, right? I said this on one of the set reviews. I think it was Brothers War. Is that I think one of the best things you can do in Highlander is make constructs. Just like decks that can just poop out a bunch of constructs, either Looping Urza Saga, Scion of Urza, Kappa Cannoneer, that kind of stuff. That's unexplored. That's territory that is not being thoroughly explored. That is just like cracked in half. Is just making an army of like Jade idols, basically. Remember Jade Druid? This is the magic equivalent of Jade Druid. I'm gonna make a larger man, and then I'm gonna make an even larger man. And then at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, you could tap 5 untapped artifacts and or creatures you control. And if you do, transform Thousand Moons Smithy. So this card itself already gets you 2/5 of the way there. If you have 3 other artifacts or creatures to tap at the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, then you're golden. And this could be your artifact lands, could be Moxen, could be equipment, could be servo tokens you're not using, could be eggs, whatever. Baubles. And it turns into Barracks of the 1000. Taps for a white, and says, whenever you cast an artifact or creature spell using mana produced by Barracks of the Thousand, you make another one of your big constructs. So up front, it makes a construct that is even better than a construct. And then when you untap, typically the decks that play this card can almost immediately transform it into a land that proceeds to make more constructs. And it's an artifact land. Holy crap. I am going to only play this card. Like, I'm just going to play decks that try to make as many constructs as possible. And yeah, this is going to be at every single one of them. It's an artifact land. Isn't that cool? Holy Black Lotus. Why did I do that for you? Thank you, Sibwell. You've received that sound clip in lieu of payment. Yeah, this card rules. It's so strong. So strong. And get this. The audacity. When we were opening cards, like product to get the cards to be able to film the content for the pre-PR and whatnot. And there's a copy of this card that gets open and fucking Surge gets it. Because he goes through it before me. I go like, hey buddy, you're the guest. You go first, man. I'm still chilling with this. And he takes this damn card. And you know where he's gonna play it? Boros Equipment. Brother, what is that?
Eggs. E-double-G-S eggs.
Unbelievable. Mink, my God, you're alive. Welcome back for the 50th month. What up? How you doing? How you been? Glad to have you. Good to see you. Siblau has almost an 870,000 channel points. Holy crap. Really? She's almost, she is halfway there. Whoa. She's living on a prayer. Wow. So close to the Boshi. I can taste it. Hey Mink, have you watched any of the new Spike Feeder stuff? You got a couple of shout outs there, bud. I don't know if they're out yet. I will post this link in chat. I'll show it off. But when Surge and I recorded when we were in Winnipeg recording with Krim for the Spike Feeders, there's a bunch of stuff coming out. I'll post the link in chat. Obviously, stick around and watch this stream. You can watch the Spike Feeders later. It's okay. They're in Winnipeg. They're not going anywhere. But yeah, check it out. Oh, the Ixalan Precon's out. Oh yeah, I was gonna say you need to see the early stuff and the stuff without all the edits, because apparently the patrons get access to the uncut stuff, which is great because I'm infinitely less professional in those, and I give shoutouts to Mick. I hope Spike Feeder fans enjoy looking at my face, because I'm gonna be in I think it's like there's for the next like 6 months of content or whatever. It's wild. Scodjet Olaf, welcome back for the 8th month. Surge Premier Artifact Pilot of the format. Unbelievable. Okay, this is the disrespect. I mean, thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel, but the disrespect is incredible. Incredible disrespect. And Rising Phoenix, welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you for all the support. It means a lot to me. Hey, check this out. This card exists. Unstable Glyph Bridge. 3 white for an artifact. When it ETBs, if it was cast, for each player, you pick a creature they have with power 2 or less, and then you destroy all creatures except that one. Then it has Craft with Artifact. And it becomes Sandswirl Wanderglyph. A 5/3 flying artifact creature that says whenever an opponent casts a spell during their turn, they can't attack. Whenever an opponent attacks you, they can't cast spells. So it turns into a Silent Arbiter. If it was cast Cowards. Have you read this card? This is already busted. Like, busted's a strong word. It's a raft that's also a closer that also says, haha, you only get to cast or attack on one card. You do have to craft it for 5, but that's a pretty low craft cost. And again, you can craft whatever. Yeah, I don't know why this has flying. God bless this card dying to a braid 2 different ways, though, because this card, like, it's vulnerable enough that I don't actually think it's that problematic. I mean, the fact that you have, there's a couple of stuff that makes this okay. One, rafts that don't get rid of everything are always kind of awkward, but you get to pick, so that's kind of neat. 2, it's on cast, which usually you're casting your spells. It's mostly there to prevent people from flickering this and just kind of ruining everybody over and over again. But, you know, you do have to play additional artifacts. Not that big of an ask, but, you know, you still have to get it done. And then you end up getting this flip side, which is brutal, but it's also kind of vulnerable. So this card has a lot of good going for it, but I think there's enough, like, specifics and awkwardness that make it so that it's not an auto-include. Like, you're not just going to play this in every single blue-white or white-X control deck or big-white. Or even every artifact deck. I mean, maybe the artifact decks can play it. But yeah, this card's got a lot of good going for it. The cast or remove spell to kill it, will you be able to attack? Yeah. Because these are... Or sorry. No, because that's a... They made it a triggered ability? Oh my god. It's a triggered ability, so no. So you cast your braid to kill this, and this triggers and said you can't attack this turn. Oh, that's funny. Oh yeah. Cool. Teehee. Alright, I like this card a little bit more. I like this card just a little bit more. Okay, cool. My mic is quieter. Weird. What about now? Why is my mic quieter? I mean, I'm also talking a little quieter because, you know, I need to get water. I have been talking all day. We recorded some other stuff this morning, so I do need more water. Bullseye, welcome back for the 34th month. Oh boy, anniversary on an unhinged preview stream. Ding dong. Thank you for the support. I hope you're doing well. Glad to have you and good to see you. Thank you for all the support. Nothing changed. I just got quieter. Yeah, it's not actually, I didn't touch anything. I just got quieter. There's an audio blip. Oh, did I pull a cord? No, we're good. Oh, wait, are we good? Yeah, we're good. We're good. Great. I'll finish white and then I'll go grab some more water. Ooh. Do I want to? We don't have to blow this up. Vanguard of the Rose, 1 and a white for a 3/1. It's a vamp that has pay generic, sack another creature or artifact. It gains indestructible and tap it. I don't think this card is in the same line as a Dono Vanguard or Guardian of Benalia or whatever. It is kind of neat that it is an artifact with a sack ability that can make itself indestructible. Sacking an artifact's okay too. Yeah, this is a card where I'm glad I know it exists and that it didn't just get skipped over in the preview discussion, because it's like, oh, it's another sack outlet that is a vampire and it protects itself. The sack, even though it costs mana, a sack outlet that protects itself is genuinely a cool tool to have around for something like Gladiator. This card, I don't think it's very good. This is definitely a play this in a format where you have 4 of everything. Warden of the Inner Sky, 1 white for a 1/2 human soldier. As long as it has 3 or more counters on it, it has flying and vigilance. You tap 3 untap artifacts or creatures you control, put a 1/1 counter on it, and scry 1. The scry is kind of neat. but it's a 1-mana 1/2 that doesn't do anything by itself. Cool card. Cool use of a deck slot. Maybe if you play this in like a counters deck, but even then you're not taking advantage of the second part. You're just playing a 1-drop. Card seems real busted on 1 with Aspirant on 2. Yeah, but any 1-drop into Luminarch Aspirant is pretty busted. I think that's like Luminarch Aspirant is just pretty good, you know? I think that's just Luminarch Aspirant being a very good Magic card. Did you know that card saw vintage play? I don't think it sees vintage play anymore after the initiative and whatnot. But there was a while where that card was played in vintage. Yeah. Genuinely played, and I'm not talking about like the Thalia deck. You played it in, it was in the Luris, is it the Luris blue-white deck? It was in like a blue-white deck. Like you played like 2 copies, 3 copies. Like it saw play, which is kind of wild to think of, but not in the Staxy kind of D&T version. Yeah, but it also, it saw play after Luris got banned too. Yeah, that's a little factoid. Give me a second. I'm going to grab more water and then we can start talking about blue. You gotta go with the community one. You gotta go with the, to be fair, there's no more X community than there is Y community. Yeah, here, let me see if I can find it. Luminarch Aspirant Vintage. I don't know if you can actually do this. Oh, is this one? Here's the humans list. It did see play in the like 5-color humans list as well. Luminarch Aspirant gives me conniptions. Format. Oh, it was a Noble Fish too? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Noble Fish. Is Noble Fish even a thing anymore? Oh, this is just like an old school. And yeah, anyways, here are all the decks in Vintage that played Hierarch. I can't find anything from, oh wait, no, it's because the scroll. The scroll is up here. Yeah, check it. Look at all these vintage decks. A lot of them are hate bear decks. Where's the... Oh, the Azorius decks. Is this going to be the one I'm thinking of with Lavinia? This has too many creatures. There's one with like fewer creatures that's all play. Anyways, that just stuck out in my mind. I wanted to share it with y'all. Branderson, thank you for gifting a sub to the community. That random sub went to Captain Amaro. Oh, congratulations. What up? Happy belated birthday. Thank you. Oh, my birthday was last year, though. Thank you for the kind words and for the gifted sub. That's very kind of you. I don't feel a day over 32. Well, I feel 7 days over 32. This is great. For the next month, I'll be able to tell people, if somebody asks how old I am, I'll be able to actually tell them my age. For a while, I was like, am I 30? 30? Am I 31? I'm 31. No, I'm something like that. You know? A call, first among equals. 2 and blue for a 1/5. I'm not going to talk about this card for its competitive viability. I don't think this card's fine. I'll give it a treatment. I'll give some respect for my elders here. 2 and blue for a 1/5 legendary human advisor. At the beginning of each player's end step, if an artifact ETB'd under your control, you get to look at the top 2 cards of your library. One goes into your hand, the other goes into the graveyard. So that's quite a booty, and that's nice. Single blue pip, also pretty nice. But this card's not really doing the things that artifact decks need to do. Like I talk about this at length in the North 100 set review, which episode 1 should be out next Friday. But it's just like, you only get so many slots for non-artifact cards or cards at this cost, especially ones that get Karakas, and you would just rather play Psy Master Thopterist, and a lot of them don't even play Psy. Like maybe Gladiator can get away with it, because in Gladiator you will play Psy and you will want these kind of cards that let you kind of generate some advantage. It's cool that you can do this on their turn, but I'm just not convinced. It's just, this is like Hercule, right? We got Hercule, and Hercule similarly has this vibe, except it's a little different, but neither of them ended up seeing play. Yeah, this is a really cool card if you can build around it. Like, the idea of playing like mono blue artifact self-mill is kind of hot. Ooh, I love Padim. Padim is great. 4 mana 1/4 artifacts you control have hexproof. If you got the biggest artifact, you draw a card. I played a lot of Padim. There's the Ancestral. I kind of like this card, but only for Commander. 3 mana, comes into play with 3 net counters. You remove a net counter from it and tap something, and its abilities can't be activated as long as it's tapped. Then you can craft it, and it turns into a repeatable draw engine. I mean, it takes a little bit of time, but it turns into a pretty cool draw engine. So yeah, this is a card I'd be interested in playing in Commander. This is a rare? Oh yeah, what? Look at this thing. Is this just, are you just trying to get me to open it up? First off, it's a tapper, which is pretty gross. No, it's repeatable because doesn't it go on top of your deck? Third from the top. Yeah, it's repeatable. That's basically repeatable. You get to tap down their board, and then you craft it, and then you draw a bunch of cards, and then you replay it and do it again. This is why I'm talking about it through the lens of Commander. I like it for Commander. Okay. I was really wanting you to dial down on that line of thought you had. I don't think there's a Spike Feeders gameplay any more than there is Highlander streams or Legend of Zelda streams. It's an internet myth. I've seen content on channels that the more sensitive members of our community that would get ripped out of the room at, and I've shown little kids the old Fate Reforged Highlander set review. It's just content. Oh shit, the old YouTube one. Which, that era of set reviews was wild. Where I forgot that Hangerback Walker could put a counter on itself. Or I just missed that. Well, don't share it. What are we gonna do, a watch along?
Hello, everybody.
Is this with me? There. Oh, there we go. What the fuck happened there? It wasn't, I swear to God, it wasn't mute all. It was not mute all. I had to, like, properly restart everything. Weird. I don't know what happened there. Who sent me that cursed YouTube link? Mods, can we ban them? I've been for the ages. All I was saying during that was I was trying to remember when, oh, because this got quieter, because it reset to my default. So that should be there. That should be there. That should be there. Okay. Hopefully that's better. Yeah, everything reset, and so I gotta, anyways. Great. Good bit. All I was saying is that old Canlander account started with me. I made it, and then I moved and gave the reins to Allison and Nick, and then I got the reins back because I started uploading stuff while I was living in Vancouver. Then I gave the reins back to Allison and Nick. Then they gave them to Jeremy, and then who knows what happened. I mean, Jeremy just quit Magic. That's what happened, but you know. Anyways, what were we talking about? Magic cards. Magic the Gathering. Confounding Riddle. 2 and a blue for an instant. You choose one. Look at the top 4 of your library, put one in your hand, the rest into the graveyard, or counter a spell unless its controller pays 4. Very similar to Supreme Will, except it's better. Because it's Forbidden Alchemy plus not Thoughtbind, counter unless you pay 4, not Ixidor's Will. Oh, fuck. Rakshasa's Will? I forget what 3 mana counter unless they pay 4 is. But yeah, this card's great. Obviously, filling your graveyard's pretty good. Countering unless they pay 4 is basically just counter target spell. Yeah, Whirlwind Denial. Not Whirlwind Denial is not the one I was thinking of, but Whirlwind Denial does do what we're talking about here. So great, let's go with Whirlwind Denial. Yeah, this one's pretty good for Gladiator. These cards are too expensive for Canlander, but for Gladiator, this does a lot of work. This art is phenomenal too. It's got big. It's not. I was actually shocked to find out this wasn't Campbell White. This has kind of has some Campbell White vibes to it. It's Convolute. Thank you. That's what it was. Yeah. I'm a Viashino from Ravnica or something. Yeah. This or Wiley Beckett. This gives. Yeah. This. That's who it was. Campbell White. I said Campbell White because I've been looking at. Campbell White has a huge sale. Hashtag not sponsored. Has a huge sale on prints right now. I was looking at them. Yeah, card's good for Gladiator. That's it. Not much to say. Deep Root Pilgrimage. 1 and a blue for an enchantment. Whenever one or more non-token merfolk you control becomes tapped, you make a 1/1 merfolk with hexproof. I think this card's pretty good. I could foresee a world where this card. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna play it in merfolk. But the more I've been thinking about it, the more I'm like, do I actually want to play this in merfolk? I tend to hate these kind of cards because they don't do anything by themselves. They require you to have additional pieces and for those pieces to take very specific game actions. Mind you, the game action that you need to take here is attack with your creature, which is the thing that you can do. But if you're behind and you draw this late, it's bad. If you're behind and you drop this on 2, and then you're just kind of on defense duty, then you just like wasted a card, your opponent built to the board, and then you can't actually get this active, which is not great. There are some added synergies combining this with cards like Tidal Warrior, Tidal Warrior, Streambed Aquatex, Rishadan Dockhand, Merfolk Reedry, you get the Reege involved, bunch of stuff. So there are some merfolk that you play in Merfolk and Canlander and that tap themselves outside of combat. So this has some juice there. I guess what I'm trying to get to is this card has a pretty high, like, this has high snowball potential. And I'm going to give it a shot. But I don't know if it's going to stick around, especially because Merfolk got like 12 new Merfolk and they're all good, right? Like, I don't want to do it now. I was going to go through and see if I could find them all, but so many of them are in the commander deck. When they pop up, I'll talk about them. But yeah, so it's kind of weird. Like, I'll give it a shot, but if I end up cutting it, then who knows? Who knows? There's just so many good cards for Merfolk now. I kind of want to talk about this card because this card is going to I imagine this card will win a lot of limited games. Certainly help me win some limited games. Inverted Iceberg, 1 and a blue, that says when it ETBs, you mill a card and draw a card. And then has craft with an artifact for 6 mana. And it turns into a 6/6 that when it attacks, you tap or untap target artifact or creature. Not just yours. Not just tapping your opponent's creatures. Not just tapping your opponent's artifacts. Untapping your own stuff. It's a 2-mana artifact that replaces itself while also putting more stuff in your graveyard, and then can later turn into a 6/6 that can tap down blockers or untap your One Ring or whatever. I wouldn't play this in Eggs because it's got colored mana. I wouldn't play this in Yokes on the Shag because it's got colored mana. But for Gladiator, I'm pretty excited about this because it's another artifact that replaces itself. So yeah. If you're running into ads, just a heads up. We run the bare minimum. Oh, what is this thing? It's that. We run the bare minimum of ads that Twitch will let us. If you subscribe using any money, including Prime Gaming subscriptions, sub sees 0 ads. I literally run as little as possible. As little as possible. Cool platform, huh? Ooh, yeah. Kitesail Larcenist. 2 and a blue for a 2/3 Ward 1 flying human pirate. On ETB, you choose up to 1 other target artifact or creature for each player. And as long as it's in play, the chosen permanents become treasures and lose all other abilities. So, 3 mana. Oh, you got a creature? Oh, you got a planeswalker? Not a planeswalker. A creature or an artifact? It's now a treasure. Oh, I've got this creature that has like a pacifism on it. Or just this artifact that already got the ETB and I just might need mana for the next turn. That's now a treasure. It has Ancient Tomb mana. It's got a single blue pip, which is pretty reasonable. Flying and Ward 1 is pretty annoying. I could foresee playing this card only in one spot, but I like it. In Esper Humans, or Blue-White Humans, in Highlander. I think that's an archetype that got a lot of love when there are dedicated pilots behind the deck, but then those pilots moved on to other archetypes, or they just like don't play Highlander as much, or just don't play Magic as much. And it hasn't really seen a lot of love, but like Esper Humans or Blue-Eyed Humans, an incredibly disruptive hate bear deck. There's a genuinely a strong evolution beyond Death and Taxes. Like it has a reasonable identity. And I think this card slots into there pretty well. Mink, thank you for gifting a sub to Dr. Frankenstein. That's very, very kind of you. Very, very generous of you. See? We're all about community. If one of us doesn't have to watch ads, none of us have to watch ads. Am I right, comrades? What the fuck is that pirate stealing squeeze toy? Not everything's about goblins. Although we will get to goblins. We will get to goblins. Yeah, I like this card. It's kind of a cool mid-range blue card too. You want to talk flying men though. Malcolm, Alluring Scoundrel. 1 in a blue for a 2/1 flash flyer legendary pirate siren. When it deals combat damage to a player, you put a chorus counter on it. and then you draw a card and discard a card. If there are 4 more chorus counters on it, you get to cast the discarded card without paying its mana cost. So the floor on this is that it's a 2 mana, 2 power flash flyer, which is good enough for flying men. That's already just like reasonable for flying men. Then when it hits them, you get to loot. That's also great for flying men. Love it. Then, if it so happens that this card has stuck around and has hit them 4 times, you get this card for free. That's huge. That's so sick. Because Flying Men's a deck that gets this into play, protects its threats, and then like occasionally needs to build more pressure, but doesn't necessarily want to tap out for it. And you get to do it with this. I think this card could also pop up in the blue-green, like Sorensen Flying Men hybrid. You can maybe try this in normal Sorensen, although Sorensen's not really a thing anymore, RIP. I don't want to play this in Reanimator. Because Reanimator, it's just not how Reanimator decks typically play right now, you know? Maybe in Gladiator Reanimator, definitely not Canlander Reanimator. Robin died? Yeah, he got hit by 4th Era Ligma. He thought of an ant and died. I don't even know if I like this in Blue-Red Tempo. Like, Blue-Red Tempo doesn't exactly need better creatures. Blue-Red Tempo players just need to get luckier draws, right? Like, it sounds wild to say, but think of the creatures that Blue-Red Tempo is playing, right? Ragavan, Darcy, Dreadhorde Arcanist. And those are the red creatures. We haven't even talked about blue cards. Like, it's just... an updated threat suite is not what that deck needs. That deck needs to draw the burn cards when it needs the burn cards, and it draws the counters when it needs the counters. And it doesn't necessarily want to play... Like, maybe you could get away with it. I don't know. This card is just, like, kind of unexciting unless you are... Like, it's kind of unexciting once you branch into more established archetypes. Like, I just don't think you need it, is the thing, right? And Blue-Red Tempo, as lean of a deck as it is, I don't think you can afford to play cards where you're like, I'm playing this because it's cool. It's like maybe for Crackling Drake, but I don't need it. I don't know if this is the card for that, you know? I want to give a shout out to this dinosaur because it's also a fish. I think this card might show up in Gladiator Reanimator. Ward 3, it's a 6/7 Ward 3 Island Cycler. Puts itself into the graveyard, finds islands. Ward 3 makes it a little more difficult to kill. Doesn't have the troll like unblockable, but you know, Ward 3. Ward 3 is pretty close to hexproof. It's like hexproof until the game goes really long, which this is like not the best thing to... It's not the best thing to reanimate after you've already reanimated something. But it's a pretty good like first threat that they need to deal with. I don't know. Its cost of inclusion is so low that I'm down to clown, you know? There's a better hover mirror. I'll talk about this card because I think it's pretty cool. I really like the art on this card. O'Hare Pakpatik, Deepest Epoch. 2 blue for a 4/3 Flying God. Whenever you cast an instant spell from your hand, it gains a rebound. Again, rebound is as it resolves, it gets exiled, and then at your next upkeep, you can cast it for free. You don't have to cast it, but you can cast it from exile for free. Then when it dies, you return to play tapped and transformed with 3 time counters, and it becomes the Temple of Cyclical Time. Tap to add a blue, and you remove a time counter from it. Then you can pay 3 and tap it. Activate only if you have no time counters on it. So, it is a 4-mana legend without an ETB that dies to Lightning Bolt. We didn't talk about this on North 100, and that's why, because you can just stop the conversation here. But, if you want to go pretty hard on this kind of thing, like if you want to do some like God Eternal Kefnit high rolling, I mean Kefnit makes it easier to high roll, but like I don't know. I'm not going to stop you. This is a pretty powerful ability. Obviously doesn't work with well with counter magic, but with draw magic, it's pretty nice. With swords to plowshares, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it does some cool stuff. That's it. I like the art. That's mostly why I wanted to talk about it. I like the art. Erotica Puzzle Door, 1 blue artifact. You can pay 1, sack it. Look at the top 2 cards of your deck. 1 goes to your hand, the other into the graveyard. Yeah. I'm going to give this a shot in eggs. I like the fact that even though it costs a blue to play, that is some pretty hot tech right there. Being able to fill your graveyard, which is a resource you already use, and getting to actually replace itself. It's pretty cool. Better than Brainstone. That's for sure. River Herald Scout, 1 in a blue for a 1/2 Merfolk Scout. When it ETBs, it explores. I think this card is better than it looks. It's obviously a stat reversed. It's a stat reversal of Merfolk Branch Walker. And Branchy B still occasionally sees play, but obviously that's because it's a 2-mana 3/2 that uses counters that lets you kind of manipulate your deck. I might play this in Highlander Merfolk, as silly as it seems. It's like, that deck just wants more 2-drops. It likes having 2-drops it can play before it plays other lords. It offers some kind of card selection, albeit, you know, minimal, but it's also got a pretty flexible mana cost. So it's kind of just a role player, but it offers something that that deck doesn't really have. Self-Reflection, 6 mana sorcery, makes a copy of target creature you control. Flashback for 4. Very cool. Big fan of this. Love that there's just random flashback on this card. Love that it makes a copy of a creature you control. This is my favorite kind of effect for Commander. And it doesn't have the unnecessary legendary text. So if you copy your own legendary creature, it dies. Sorry. Cool card. Big fan of the card. Oh, yeah. Spyglass Siren. 1 blue for a 1/1 Siren Pirate with flying, and when it ETBs, it makes a map token. This card's cracked. This card is so good. This is, it's this set's version of Voldarian Epicure and Thraben Inspector. Yeah, anytime you got a 1-mana card that makes 2 permanents, that's worth looking at. The fact that it's a 1-mana card that makes an artifact kind of boosts its viability, and it has evasion, which is great. And that artifact lets you draw a card or turn this into a 2/2 flyer. That's also great. Love it. Yeah, big fan of this card. Big fan of this card. Honestly, I'd be maybe more into, like, when we talked about Malcolm, like, this card is more exciting to me, even in something like Tempo, than Malcolm, right? It's just like a little more selection. It's cheaper. Lets you use your mana more flexibly. It's not as flashy, but these cards are just always underrated. I think this card will show up in, I mean, a bunch of places you can play this. For Highlander, you can play it in Flying Men. You can play it in like a Blue-White Skies list. You can play it in like an artifact deck, like an artifact aggressive deck with blue in it. You can play it in like a Just Guy Equipment, that kind of stuff. Yeah, card's good. You can play it in Pirates. There's this boat that's not very good. There's a Staunch Crewmate. It's 2 mana 2/1. Look at the top 4. You can reveal an artifact or a pirate, put it in your hand. The rest go on the bottom. These cards are never that great. We have the Crane, the 2 mana 1/3 Glint Nest Crane that sees no play. You could maybe get away with this in like a Gladiator version, but the irony is that the more copies of this style of card that you add, the less. I mean, this one, if you have redundant multiple copies of this, 1, you're cheating, but 2, they can at least find each other. But you know, the more copies of this style of effect attached to a non-artifact you play, the worse that they get. Enigma Jewel. does this do again? I don't care. This one I kind of care. Everflowing Well, 3-mana legendary artifact. ETB, you mill 2, draw 2, and then it has descend 8. You got 8 or more permanents in your graveyard on your upkeep. It transforms into the Myriad Pools, a legendary artifact land. Taps out a blue. It says whenever you cast a permanent using mana produced by it, up to 1 target permanent you control becomes a copy of that spell until end of turn. Cool. It's a 3-mana artifact with ancient 2 mana that draws 2 cards. Usually these kind of cards only ever draw 1. This draws 2 cards and mills 2 cards. So it's like it's a better divination on an ETB that can then just turn into a land that if you cast your Kappa Cannoneer off of it, you get another one. Or if you attempt to cast like a Krark Clan Ironworks off of it and they counter your KCI, you still have a KCI for this combo turn. And this is an artifact. I like this card. It's got enough good going for it that I'm interested in looking at it, you know? Yeah, people look at it and go like, oh, it's a divination. Divination's not that bad. Like, 3-mana draw 2 is pretty good. I'm not like hooting and hollering over this card, but it has enough good going for it that I'm interested in experimenting with it, you know? Oh, fuck me. It's this card. Is that it for blue? That's it for blue. Blue's kind of weak in this set, which is okay. Or for constructed. Tishana's Tidebinder. 2 and a blue for 3/2. Merfolk Wizard with Flash. On ETB, you counter one target activated or triggered ability. And if an ability of an artifact, creature, or planeswalker is countered this way, permanent loses all abilities for as long as this remains in play. So it's a 3-mana 3/2 Stifle Merfolk Wizard. And if you stifle, I don't know, a Minskin Boo triggered ability, or you stifle an Oko, as long as this is in play, they don't get to use that for the rest of the game. They go to equip their GT and you stifle that, great. Your GT is not doing shit until you get rid of this. That's cool. It's got 2 relevant creature types. Yeah, it's not all of their it's just all the abilities. It just becomes useless. It's great. I mean, on creatures they can still attack and whatnot. But, you know, merfolk it up. Maybe you could even play this with Riptide Laboratory. There was a deck in Canlander that was just wizards. It was like blue. It used to be a German Lander deck that I brought over. I ported it over, and it was actually not that bad. There are 2 versions of it. The German Lander was mono. It was basically mono blue that splashed black. But I think that's because Demonic Tutor is or was legal in their format for some reason. And then, so I tried that version, and I tried a version with a bit of red for Blood Moon and stuff, and that was okay. Yeah, there's enough wizard payoffs that you can play it. You're mostly just like a mono blue mid-range deck that plays a couple of these. You play like 6 pieces of 6 pieces of synergy-based cards around good blue spells. Yeah, Riptide Lab is a big one. Riptide Lab is a pretty big one. Yeah, you can tear it off Paradox Engine with this card, which is pretty rude. You can turn off the One Ring. It's also pretty rude. This stops 1 Caracas, but it's only when you counter an artifact, creature, or planeswalker. So the shutdown of this ability is only on non-lands, more or less. I mean, enchantments, but you know what I mean. But you can't just stifle someone's fetch. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, you can turn off your own One Ring to survive. That's pretty funny. Also, this artwork is incredible. And hold on. How much is this card in foil? How much is this card? Oh, right. Card Kingdom doesn't have the foils available. The fact that you can get this art in foil is incredible. This looks so good in person. Oh, yeah. So in addition to the Smithy, guess what Jaeger Rockefeller decides to snag before I have the chance? Because I build him Merfolk for this North 100 Showdown. He plays it and is like, oh, I'm just going to keep this fancy version of Tishana's Tidebinder. Leaving me with the... I mean, the normal version's also pretty nice, but you know what I mean. Classic Surge. That's it for blue. I am going to... What time is it? It's 4. I got back at like noon. I am going to take a very quick break to take my medicine. I need to go ignite some medicine real quick. And then I'll just like take 2 minutes. In the meantime, oh wait, is there a rat in this set? Forget if there's a rat. There's the skull. Is that a fungus? I don't know. I was trying to think of what we want to leave up to talk about. Oh, we could talk about Aclazotz. Yeah, sure, why not? All right, everybody, talk about this card for like 2 minutes, and then I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Oh. What's up? What's up? Hey, everybody. You want to talk magic cards? Do we come to an idea on the bat? Okay. Well, I wasn't here for it, so I get to talk about it. Aclazotz, Deepest Betrayal, 5 mana 4/4 Bat God. It's a legend. Flying, lifelink. When it attacks, each opponent discards a card. For each opponent who can't, you draw a card. Whenever an opponent discards a land, you make a 1/1 bat with flying. When it dies, you return to play tapped and transformed under its owner's control. And it becomes a land called Temple of the Dead. Tap to add a black, 2 and a black, tap, transform it. Use it only if a player has 1 or fewer cards in hand. Only as a sorcery. So, I kind of like this card. Maybe only for Gladiator. Maybe it's just like worse than what's that ward discard vampire? Westfall something? Westfall region? Yeah. That doesn't have lifelink, but that does fill the role of, hey, I'm a 5 mana 4/4 flyer in black that is probably going to end the game for you. Westgate region. Thank you. Like this line of text, this little box, all this stuff is kind of cool, but I mostly just care that it's a 5 mana 4/4 flyer lifelink that I guess makes them discard a card, and occasionally you draw a card. That's kind of neat. I don't think this is like the best thing in the world, but it's a pretty reasonable like mid-range threat. The problem is just like, what are you playing this over? Because this is such a competitive slot at this mana cost. So I think it's in the, what is it? CBNC. It's a CBNC card, close but no cigar. It's a close but no cigar. No, not CBD. We just had some of that. It's a CBN, yeah. It's a blunt. Actually, you know what? Maybe that's better. We should just call it a blunt. Because you kind of just have to be blunt when you talk about the card, you know? Where it's like, look, this card's blunt. It's just not good enough. It's just not good enough. Ultimately. It's got a lot of good going for it. I actually don't hate it. If it came out maybe 3 years ago, I'd be down to clown. Yeah, Frank. Look, let me be frank here. Let me be Franklin Ranklin this card. Yeah, it's just such a competitive slot. Just likely doesn't do enough. Even though it's a little hard to kill. I find that creatures at this like stage, they often just get exiled anyways. Or countered. Like maybe this is enough. I don't know. If I play Gladiator again, or rather when I play Gladiator again, I'll give this a shot in my mono black mid-range deck. It's got enough good going for it that I'm curious to see how it works, you know? Is your problem with CBT that it's cock and ball torture or cognitive behavioral therapy? I mean, both? Don't get Kiefer started. Don't get Kiefer started on CBT. And oh no, kids. Don't do what I did. Don't do what I did. I was a fool. I was a foolish man. I did a speed run on that joint, and now look at me. Closing windows when I'm not supposed to. And they're telling me this is supposed to help me feel better? Look at this. I feel terrible. Where'd my fucking bat go? There it is. Okay, let's see. I don't care about this card. Oh, this card's kind of neat. Bitter Triumph. 1 and a black for an instant. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you discard a card or pay 3 life. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. I think this card is pretty good. That said, I think too many people are reading this as a card that is strictly better than Infernal Grasp. I think it depends. Here's why. At least at higher power levels. In Gladiator, it might end up being similar to Infernal Grasp, similar enough to Infernal Grasp that you could just say that this card is going to be doing more things than the card from Midnight Hunt. The problem is when you get counter magic involved, like additional cost to discard a card can often be a benefit for some decks. And I think that there are going to be archetypes in Gladiator and Canlander that take advantage of that. But like, do you know how bad this feels if you're against a deck with Spell Pierce? Right? They're like, oh, I guess I gotta kill your Adelies or whatever. I'll pay 3 life and hit this. And you're like, oh, Spell Pierce. Infernal Grasp, you lose the life spawn resolution. So it's kind of a trade. It's a classic like Magic player thing to be like, this card is better than this other card. No, people don't play I mean, well, hey, if we get wizards going, maybe we can play Adelies. Magic players are so quick to just be like, well, this card is better than the other card. It's like, well, they're different cards. They do different things. They may often have the same end result of you losing some life, paying some mana, and destroying a creature. But you got to think about, like, Magic is just so much more than that. What are you against? You know, how often, like, why are you using this card? Do you like the reliability of, like, the life loss being on the resolution, so you're not just, like, out 3 life against a Blossoming Defense deck or whatever? You know, do you actually kill planeswalkers more? Like, that's a reasonable thing to ask, right? Like, are you a deck that dedicates resources to killing planeswalkers? Would you rather just play a reliable creature removal to clear the path to pressure the planeswalker? There's a bunch of stuff that comes up. I think this card is still pretty good. I imagine it will see play in Gladiator and Canadian Highlander, but I think you're doing yourself a disservice to directly compare this to Infernal Grasp when they do different things, and I imagine there are different decks that are going to play them, and I don't think the thought process of like every deck playing Bitter Triumph is going to play Infernal Grasp or vice versa. I don't think that works for this kind of card. Cool. Chun-chung. Also, check this out. This is some of the sickest art that they've put on a Magic card. See, I'm not a curmudgeon. I'm not a bah humbug. I can like alternate arts and borders too, right? Just make it look like this. This is dope. It's thematic. It still represents the art. This rules. It's not anime? Yeah. I'm down to clown for this. I might collect the foil versions of this art. Of all the, not all of them, but of the different versions of cards with that kind of style of art. Because it really, really tickles me. Big fan. Oh, Leonis Co. Welcome back for the 16th month. What up? How you doing? How you been? Glad to have you. Good to see you. A Quintorius? Oh, perfect. Get this. So I get this Quintorius, right? I'm not even kidding. I get this Quintorius, right? We do the set review. I'm the only one that is like, actually, I'm usually a hater, but I could see you playing Quintorius and Canlander in these decks. and we open an alt art Quintorius, guess which motherfucker in Alberta right now? Well, he might not be there right now. Guess which Albertan motherfucker takes my Quintorius with the fancy art? That's right. Now I'm stuck here like some jackass with the normal. Where was he? He was right on my desk. Uh-oh. Did I lose my Quintorius? Wait, hold on. Like, the original art's good. I like the original art too. Where did I put my Quintorius? Is it under my coffin? It is. It's literally under the coffin. It's the Quint. Hi, I'm an elephant. God bless the ambassador program for letting me be able to show off these cards, albeit like I'm doing it the first stream where I'm just in pitch black and I'm like, hey, look at these cards. Doesn't this look good?
Well, Ben Wheeler,
very funny to me. Tanak Tungus, welcome back for the 7th month. What up? How you doing? Thank you for all the support. Glad to have you and good to see you. Bloodletter of Aclazotz. 1 black for a 2/4 vampire demon with flying. And if an opponent would lose life during your turn, they lose twice that much life instead. This is a card where I was initially like, wow, this sure is a win more card. Or like, this sure is a 4-mana 2/4. And I still kind of think that. But it does provide something to black that it doesn't really have access to, which is a card that kind of emulates Hellrider or Blade Historian, you know? Like, it is a 4-mana creature, but it survives Lightning Bolt. Yeah, it's kind of like a Torbrand, right? It's it does this job. It survives Lightning Bolt. It does have flying. It lets you push extra damage. Like, I think I'm okay with that. I don't know if I'm like really just leaping to the idea of playing this card in Gladiator or even Highlander, but I can foresee a world where a black aggressive deck plays this at the top end because it provides reach to a deck that currently does not have reach, which is kind of neat. Yeah, it costs 2. I don't think Aristocrats needs accelerants. And this is a card that for Aristocrats only does something if you have additional. I mean, you can do something where you can push damage, but like it doesn't have it doesn't reinforce your gameplay in the way a card like Judith might, you know. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm pressing this. I'm closing this card. Yeah, I don't hate this card. Can I explain what I mean by reach in this context? Absolutely. So when I'm using the term reach, I'm not referring to the keyword. I'm referring to it allows a deck to push. This is combat damage, but this is a deck that allows to push more damage in a way that goes around, like, it's a way for this deck to push more damage, subvert damage expectations from your opponents, and potentially go around traditional defensive maneuvers that somebody might take against a creature deck, right? Like Burn. Burn is reach. If I'm talking about like how you could play mono white aggro, or you could get some reach by playing Boros aggro, then I'm implying that adding red is going to allow me to play cards that let me kind of go over. They let me, you know, reach and get something, obtain something that I wouldn't be able to get at normal, you know, capacity, I guess. I'm too high to properly explain this, but maybe that covered it, right? That's good. Was that good? What was that on a scale from 1 to 5, chat? Yeah, reach for those last little life points. Yeah. It's good. 5, great. Glad. Aeolian says it's a great explanation. Glad of it. Glad of it. Medicine too good. I love it. I mean, God bless it. It is the only thing that has helped me with my migraines in my head, which is wild. Well, the only thing that isn't like actively detrimental. I mean, you know what I mean. Like, it is not a. I'm not gonna talk to a doctor and have some kind of like liver failure because of, you know, taking this medication. Yeah, that too. Like, I have taken migraine medication previously that has some long-term negative side effects, and there's some not long-term detrimental effect to your health. That also is just like, wow, I'm useless after doing this. This is a good balance. Also makes me cooler, right? The kids love it. Bloodthorn Flail, 1 black for a 2/1 artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+1 and pay 3 or discard a card to equip. Not a fan. I want to get this out of the way. Anytime you got a 1-mana equipment that has like Bone Splitter-esque stats, that still has a drawback associated with it, it's really cool to think it's playable, but then in practice it's just like not great. We do have a Bone Splitter variation in this set that is actually playable, which is kind of cool. Bringer of the Last Gift. This is an 8-mana demon that casts Living End, but only if you cast it, so that's not super exciting. This card has a lot of text on it, but ultimately it doesn't do much. There's a Chupacabra. This card, the Chupacabra Echo, this card could maybe show up in Gladiator. 2 and 2 black for a 3/2 ETB. Target creature an opponent controls gets -X/-X, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. That's pretty good. That lets you know, it's just a redundant 4-mana ETB kill something, but it lets you get around indestructible, which is occasionally relevant. It's kind of nice. I don't know. Maybe you want redundancy on that. This is a cool commander card. Corpses of the Lost. 3-mana enchantment. Your skeletons get bigger and have haste. When it ETBs, you make a 2/2 Skelly Pirate. And then at the beginning of your end step, if you've descended, you can pay a life. And if you do, you return this from play to your hand, which is kind of cool. I like this card a lot. I just like skeletons. Maybe it's the fact that I, you know, like Dark Souls and Berserk and all that. I wish we had more skeleton related stuff. We have some legendary skeletons. Yeah, we have like, I mean, ones that actually give a shit about skeletons. Maybe not so much. But there's Tiny Bones. You can play Bladewing Deathless Tyrant, which actually there are some red skeletons that you might want to have access to. Oh, that's like a Tom and Jerry joke. Red skeleton, like red skeleton. If you understand this reference, how's your lower back doing? You have Ukbenbok, the Great Mistake. That's a cool card. That's a new Skelly. You can maybe play the Skelly. Although this card doesn't really do anything as commander. Yeah, you got some stuff. I do like skeletons. They're cool. Anyways, this card is kind of neat. I think the power level of Gladiator is maybe beyond this, but also if you're playing like Golgari Dredge in Gladiator or like the Self Mill, you kind of need to have a number of these in order to actually do anything. 2-mana 1/1 Death Touch. When it ETBs, you mill 2 cards. It trades with something, puts cards in the yard. You're a millennial and you got the red skeleton reference. Wow. I mean, I guess I'm also technically a millennial. I got a red skeleton reference. That was one of my favorite memes when I was younger. The red skeleton. Like walking to the what was it? Was it a UGK track? Something like that. No relation to red green. Deep-Cavern Bat. Wow. 1 and a black for a 1/1 bat with flying and lifelink. When it ETBs, you look at an opponent's hand, you exile a non-land card from it until this leaves play. That rules. This is like the best Mesmeric Fiend we've ever received. Oh, did you see Mulder in the background? I hear you. Where are you going? She abandoned me. Yeah, this is like the best Brain Maggot / Mesmeric Fiend kind of card that we've ever got. I like it better than Tide Hollow Sculler because Artifact Creature is the most vulnerable card type in the game. I like the fact that it has flying, but still manages to hit everything. So Kite Sail Freebooter not hitting creatures, you know, we're done with that. And it has lifelink. That's pretty good. When did they start stealing my PFO for Magic cards? What's PFO? Oh, profile pic. Oh, are you a shrieking bat? Sometimes I feel like a shrieking bat as well, you know? Yeah, this card's pretty cool. All the different Mesmeric Fiends have their own little benefits to them. Like, they're all different cards. But this one is just like, it's all gravy. Evasion, lifelink, takes anything. It's easy to cast, single black pip. Card's great. Excuse me, I like this reanimation spell. Defossilize. 5 mana, creature goes back, goes from the graveyard to play, and then that creature explores twice. That's pretty cool. 5 mana reanimation spell is already just like reasonable for Gladiator. You'd prefer the 4s, but you know, you get a couple of 5s in there. And then you either get to draw some lands off the double explore, or you get to just fill up your graveyard or try to find another reanimation spell in case to deal with your first threat. So that's kind of cool. Fanatical Offering, 1 in a black instant, additional cost to cast a spell. You sack an artifact or creature, you draw 2 cards and make a map token. This is not Deadly Dispute, but I think it's pretty strong because it makes it can potentially draw you 3 cards, right? The map token can draw you a card, can give you some selection. I like this card. I think this card kicks out Plumb the Forbidden. As far as the Village Rites, Corrupted Conviction, Deadly Dispute, and then this card. And yeah, this card with Ichor Wellspring is kind of hot, you know? Draw you 4 cards. That's kind of hot. This card's kind of wild, but it's more like a commander card. I'm a sucker for the mono black theme of when it attacks alone, the like homicidal seclusion kind of deck. And this is just another homicidal seclusion card, which I like. That's pretty cool. It's just a creature you control attacks alone against Death Touch and Lifelink. Then you put a counter on this, and if there are 3 counters, it transforms into a land where you can then pay a black tap, remove a counter from it, draw a card, lose a life. Pretty cool. Underserved theme. Yeah, it is like, I don't know if I've met anyone that has like heard of this theme and goes, that's not very cool. Or like, I don't know. It's not exactly like it's so inspiring. Which is, or I guess it's aspirational is what I mean, right? Which is cool. I think that's the best part of like casual formats is when you're like, wow, what if I just had 1 creature and it did everything? And I just went to town and it was huge. And I just like it feels like a Voltron-esque kind of thing, but not in the way that people hate. And you just get to do it with a bunch of cards that people don't really play with. Did I build it for the Lure $20 deck challenge? I did. And guess what I still have available? I got it right here. I've got it right here. Again, no lights on. This deck was sick. It had Demonic Rising, Haunted Plate Mail, all that stuff. Also, Bio's mom, I saw your post of like, how do you think I get through your streams? Which is very funny to me. Am I drinking cold/ice water? No, I tend to drink room temperature water. Yeah, I don't drink. I don't really drink like ice cold. I'm a tap water guy. The tap water in Victoria is pretty good, so I tend to just And I fill up one of these bad boys, right? So I just like slam. Like, what is this? This is like just over a liter. So I just slam liter after liter of room temp water. My vamp juice, yeah. Greedy freebooter. Oh, Adam, what up? Welcome, Raiders. Thank you for the raid. The water looked a bit rusty. It's just because there's no light. There's no light. Thank you for the raid. How was Monster Hunter? Did you enjoy horning it up? What shit? I mean, wait. Do I even have my soundboard up? Oh, I don't. Okay, let's get this ready. How was Monster Hunter? Did you enjoy horning it up? I mean, I hope you were getting horny. Shit. I tootin' horns. Oh no. Oh no. Oh god, I'm washed. That makes one person in chat. Hi-oh! We are talking about all the cards from Lost Caverns of Ixalan, and I'm in the dark because studio lights are bad for my eyes. Also, it makes me seem very charming. I'm very charming and mysterious. Like, look at me. I'm like Deep Throat. The guy, not the action. Greedy freebooter. 1 black for a 1/1. When it dies, scry 1 and make a treasure token. I'm not actually that into this card. It has shades of shambling. What the hell is it called? Shambling Ghast? Oh, Shambling Ghast, right? Shambling Ghast. Yeah. It has shades of Shambling Ghast, but Shambling Ghast has flexibility, right? Scry 1 is cool, but it's whatever. The fact that card can trade up in combat, take out utility creatures, or make the treasure, like that's huge, right? That's huge. Is there a reason my Highlander Vamps deck has only 94 cards in it on Moxfield? Because 6 cards were not public when I made that deck. Now I can actually update them. And if I get to the cards, I'll tell you. Oh, I should update that though. That's a good call. Yeah, not as sold on this card. Black is kind of weak in this set too. Or not weak, but it's black's a little interesting where it shows up. Matic Draft. 1 in a black for an artifact. When it ETBs or is put into the graveyard from play, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. This is a pretty good nut. It loses some points when compared to Metal Spinner's Puzzle Knot, which is the Kaladesh block version of this effect. And because that card is colorless to play, and you can sack itself to put it in the graveyard, which is good. Like you draw the card, don't have to use any colored mana. Then you can put it in the graveyard if you got more mana hanging around. Sorry, I'm patting my cat's butt. She might actually want to come and hang out, but right now she's just getting scritches. Oh, here we go. There we go. Yeah. Oh, Mulber. So it's different from Metal Spinner's Puzzle Knot in that sense. But you have to sacrifice the Puzzle Knot to get the second draw. This just has to go to the graveyard. So again, the colored pips kind of make me a little shy of including this in Canadian Highlander. Nuts or eggs or whatever combination of weird artifact names you want to go with. But I could see this in Gladiator. I could see it in Gladiator. The poison. I don't care about losing life. I'll lose life to draw cards any day. Wheeler has to put the card Shag into his decks. Oh, I forgot to mention. So remember, I streamed Yokes on the Shag, which was rug like Cart Clan Ironworks Scrap Trawler combo, but I couldn't have the deck list named Yokes on the Shag on Moxfield because Shag was a banned word. And I offhand mentioned it in the Going Live post, and I talked about it on the stream. And then Moxfield got a hold of me, and they're like, hey, we have like a blanket censor for a lot of these words, and there are some kind of inoffensive casualties through that. We're going to unban the word shag. So if people are going to remember me for anything, I hope it's that I have now gotten 2 words unbanned on Moxfield, and they are dong and shag. I've gotten dong and shag. D-O-N-G. Technically, it's dung. Like, I think dung? It's not dong, it's dung. Because it's Dung Joe. Dung Joe? My accent's not going to be very good right now. Yeah. As the premier dong shag pilot of the format, I'm glad that we could get something updated. Preacher of the Schism. 2 and a black for a 2/4 vampire cleric with death touch. And whenever a Preacher attacks the player with the most life or tied for the most life, you make a 1/1 vamp token with lifelink. Whenever it attacks while you have the most life or are tied for the most life, you draw a card and lose 1 life. So I played this in the vampires deck, and it didn't show up. I don't think it did show up. Maybe it did show up, but I had already won the game. Spoiler alert, I may have won a game with vampires. That's all you're going to get from me. And I included it because my approach, actually, I don't know if I even mentioned this. So I reached out to Angel before building this vampires deck, and I wanted to take a slightly different approach to it. I had a bunch of builds. I had a Mardu build. I had a black-white build. I had a black-red build, and I settled on a black-white build. I'll link it in chat. There are some new cards that need to get updated, but that's the general vibe of it. And Angel's version of the deck was more low to the ground and played some. I think you still had you have Armageddon. Do you still have the Geddons in there? I don't remember. I think you might. I also don't know if you're in chat right now, so maybe I'm just talking to myself. What's up, everybody? How you doing? Let's see. Does she have the Armageddons? No him? Yeah, but I'm a Him to Torak hater. Everybody knows this. Okay, so she cut the Armageddons. All right. I'll link Angel's list here as well. I wanted to take more of a mid-range approach, less of like I'm going to play a 1-mana 2/2 into a 2-drop into whatever. I wanted to play more low to the ground disruption and then have these like grindier cards that made multiple tokens, or that made that reanimated cards. Like I wanted to make it more of an annoying kind of typal deck. And this is a card that I decided to play because while it's not a Punisher card, but it's a card that has like you might not get what you want, which is usually a big no-no, right? But this had a couple of benefits. One, I'm happy with getting either of these abilities in basically any board state, unless I'm like exactly at 1, but then my opponent also has to be exactly at 1. It survives Lightning Bolt. It's easy to cast. It has Death Touch. 2 power is pretty reasonable. Like a 2/4 Death Touch is a hell of a stat line. And then just making additional bodies is great. This is also a deck that when I was playing it, I'm like, I'm okay taking hits because I'm going to gain that life back. And so it's a deck that doesn't mind taking hits, can get it back, you can kind of control it a bit. It just felt like it was good enough, and ended up being better. It felt like it was good enough no matter the situation, and that it was of a higher card quality than some of the other options before Lost Caverns of Ixalan. Mind you, I do think Vampires, for what it's worth, it still feels like it's one more release away. There are like 4 cards in the deck where I'm like, I don't want to be playing these. The Blood Artists feel a little limp. You can't commit to, like, I don't think you can go too hard in committing to like an Aristocrats game plan. I still think it needs some help, but it was infinitely better than I gotta admit, the deck impressed me. The deck genuinely impressed me. One of the cards that I played in that deck that impressed me was Queen's Bay Paladin. 3 black for a 5/4 Vampire Knight. When it ETBs or attacks, you can reanimate a vampire from your graveyard with a finality counter on it. You lose life equal to its mana value. Finality counters are the updated way of representing the like, hey, if this would die, it gets exiled instead. So yeah, it's a big card. It's a 5 mana card. But again, this is what I was trying to go for with this archetype, is that my mana is like Soul Ring, Mox. I'm playing Chrome Mox in my deck. Like I'm going to get to 5 mana. And this just reanimates. It's a 5/4 that reanimates another body on ETB, which is already pretty good. And then if you get to untap and attack with it, you can start reanimating other things too, which is pretty wild. That's pretty strong. So yeah, I like this in Vampires. I enjoyed it. I think that if I play Vampires again, which I'm probably going to do on stream, I'd like to do a Canlander stream, once Ixalan gets added to Magic Online. I want to do a Canlander stream where I play vampires, merfolk, dinosaurs, and pirates in Canlander. I think that'd be fun. I'll certainly play this card again. It was did a lot better than I expected. Again, big shout out to the Land Cyclers. Huge fan of these cards. Just give me more. We got another Relentless Rats variant. Skullcap Snail, 2 mana 1/1, but they exile a card. Exiling a card is kind of funny because you associate exile with being, better. And in the case of this set where you have Craft and Descent, it makes more sense to exile than to discard. But there are cards that if you are playing, because I genuinely think that there's a deck that plays kind of like Hand in Hand. Does anybody remember what Hand in Hand is? Hand in Hand was a deck that, it was like an Orzhov deck that played the hand creatures, the White Knight variants from Savers of Kamigawa, but also played a lot of hand attack. And I think there's a version, it's probably more close to like ruin everyone's evening, which is just like ruin your evening, but it's all in on these discard cards. And that deck just wants density of these Relentless Rats variants, but also would prefer if they discarded so that they could take advantage maybe of like the Raven Man or whatever. Soul Coil Viper is a 3-mana 2/3 snake. You can pay a black, tap, sack it, reanimate a creature with a finality counter, used only as a sorcery. I imagine this will pop up in Gladiator. It's a little too slow from Canlander. We don't even play Doom Necromancer, but you know, it's a cool card. Cool redundancy effect. This card. Okay. All right. It's time for me to act like a disappointed dad. Souls of the Lost, withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. 1 and a black for a star and a star +1. It's a spirit. As an additional cost to cast this spell, discard a card or sacrifice a permanent. And then it has Fathomless Descent. So this just means that its power is equal to the number of permanent cards in your graveyard, and the toughness is equal to that +1. I saw people talking about this card like it was Tarmogoyf, and this happens every time we get a 2-mana creature that gets bigger equal to the stuff in your graveyard. Do you know why Tarmogoyf is good? Because Ponder is good. Because Lightning Bolt is good. Because Swords to Plowshares and Thoughtseize are good. Tarmogoyf gets its value because it scales with playing Magic the Gathering, which includes and gets better the higher power your cards are. And higher power cards are typically cheap non-creature spells. So this card is not Tarmogoyf, right? This is not a card that gets better when you Ponder and when you Lightning Bolt or when you Thought Scour. Oh, just kidding. Kappa, kappa. Ha ha ha. Everybody laugh and clap. Also, you have to sack stuff when you cast it or discard a card, which is a genuine cost. It's like discarding a card and sacrificing stuff can be an upside in certain spots, but you know, you do have to do it. You do have to get that going. I will say this. This card has a couple of benefits to it. I just unplugged my monitor. Oh my god. How the hell did I do? How the hell did that happen? Oh, how the hell did that happen? Oh, great. And now everything is going to be on this side. Oh, this is bad. Hold on one second. All right, there. I didn't dox anybody. I'll say I didn't dox anybody. That's the important part. I don't care if that looks like shit on your end. The fact that I didn't dox anyone means that we did this right. Okay. Yeah. So I will say this. Are you sure about that? Yeah, we didn't dox anybody. I saw it. What I like about this card, what I will say, it's not Tarmogoyf. But what I do like about this card is that it has a home in Dredge. Because Dredge is a deck where you can fill your graveyard, make this massive, return it off of your reanimate or your unearth or whatever. Or just cast it off Lurrus. You can I know I mentioned casting off Lurrus so much, but you can cast this off Lurrus in your Dredge deck, which you can then throw at their face or attack with haste because you have anger in play. Yeah. This is the first Wheeler stream I've ever seen, and I am so happy. Well, I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, Steely Dan fan, this is going to get uploaded to YouTube. Don't worry. Likely going to get uploaded to YouTube the same day. And also, Steely Dan fan, thank you for subscribing. Welcome back for the 4th month. What about Bong? Is that banned? I don't know. Let's see if we can get Bong. If Bong is banned on Moxfield, I bet we can get it unbanned. And Shirtal, welcome back for the 13th month. It's Go, you didn't dox anyone like me. I didn't dox you. Did you dox yourself? Don't dox yourself. Don't make sure not to dox yourself, please. Yeah, I could see this card showing up in Dredge, and that's it. But I think it's cool what it does in Dredge. They finally printed a good card for Mono Black Aggro. It's incredible. Nelson was so happy to see this card. I'm not going to dox you. You have to dox yourself. I'm not going to be responsible. Fruan, welcome back for the 7th month. What up? How you doing? How you been? Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you for all the support. Please don't dox yourself. Stalactite Stalker. 1 black for a 1/1. Menace. It's a goblin and a rogue. Menace. At the beginning of your end step, if you descend to this turn, put a 1/1 counter on it. Then pay 2 and a black, sack it. Target creature gets -X until end of turn, where X is Stalactite Stalker's power. So I genuinely think this is fine for goblins too, Mink, for what it's worth. I mean, my initial read is that like, oh yeah, this is a 1-drop that gets bigger as you sacrifice your goblins or as you crack your fetch lands or whatever, use your wasteland. And then it just has like a relevant activated ability that can kill Core Firewalker. Excuse me. It can kill Core Firewalker. Can't kill Sanctum, or what is its name? Sanctifier on Vec. But, you know, we do with what we make do with what we have. Yeah, I like this card. Also, just like Mono Black Aggro. It's one of the best Mono Black 1-drops we've got in a hot minute. Yeah. It's pretty good. I like this card. You should play it. Maybe not in Gladiator. Gladiator, you could play it in Goblins because you're just like lacking some power. But like the Goblins deck is still... The black mana in the Goblins deck is kind of awkward. Like, especially on a 1-drop. It's easier for Canlander when you have a full set of fetches and everything. But yeah, it's this card's good. This is genuinely a good Magic card, which is wild to say. This card is so weird. I don't think it's good, but I do like it. So I'll talk about it. Oh shit. Excuse me. Starving Revenant. 2/2 black for a 4/4 Spirit Horror. When Starving Revenant enters the battlefield, you surveil 2, and then for each card you put on top of your library, you draw a card and lose 3 life. Then it has Descend 8. That says whenever you draw a card, if there are 8 or more permanents in your graveyard, target opponent loses 1 and you gain 1. This is so wild. Like, what is going on? What is going on with this card? It's such a weirdo. I love it because of that. Because it doesn't feel like a card that we would get in 2023, you know? It feels like an oddly pushed card from like 2012, you know? It's a little wordy for that. But yeah, this is like such a cool Magic card. I'm just really glad it exists. I'm glad that we get designs like this, you know? Yeah, cool card. Very cool. That's it. I don't think it's playable, but it's a cool card. Thing dies, makes 2. This is a kind of like a Ministrant of Obligation, but worse. 2 and a black for a 3/1 Fungus Wizard. Great card type. Love the fungus in this set. When it dies, you create 2 1/1 fungus tokens that can't block. So this is a creature that when it dies, it makes 2 more creatures. Usually those are pretty, like they're worth looking at. Ministrant of Obligation, the 3 mana 2/1. When it dies, you make 2 1/1 flyers. Typically, you want your creatures that when they die, you want them to scale up. Like you want them to not necessarily be better than whatever the initial one was. Like the 1/1s that die and make another 1/1, that's fine. They just replace themselves. But like the 2-drops that die, you want the Brindle Shoat kind of cards, like a 2-mana that dies and you get a 3/3, or the like a Ministrant of Obligation, 2/1 that dies, you get 2 1/1s with flying. That's pretty good, right? This doesn't do that. It's a bit of a downgrade, and I don't know if you need it, but if you're in like a Rakdos Aristocrats deck, maybe you want some density in this kind of effect. So, you know, it's not an embarrassing card to play. It just doesn't really do exactly what you want. Tarian's Journal. 1 in a black for an artifact. It's a legendary artifact. Tap, sack another artifact or creature, draw a card, and do it only as a sorcery. Pay 2, tap, discard your hand, transform the journal. And the journal transforms into the Tomb of Aclazotz. It's a legendary land, and it's a cave. Taps out a black, and tap, you can cast a creature spell from your graveyard this turn. If you do, it enters the battlefield with a finality counter on it, and is a vampire in addition to its other types. Notably, that second ability isn't tap, you can cast target creature. It's just tap, cast whatever. So if your opponent has graveyard hate, they kind of have to do it before this ability resolves, because then you get priority. What up, Root Potato? How you doing? This is an interesting one. It might just not be good enough. Like I'm curious about playing this in Gladiator. I like it. Just like a card that sits around and draws you extra cards and does something that your deck might want to have anyways. That's kind of nice, you know. It fills that role of like Idol of Oblivion, and yet, and like that, Aristocrats is a deck that if it wants to empty its hand, it can often do so, especially as it gets later into the game. But I don't know if you have all these Aristocrats decks. They do not have extra room. Like the only room these decks have is if they get another Blood Artist or if they get a Minsk and Boo card. It's just like really tough. You can make upgrades here and there. Like maybe instead of the new Deadly Dispute, you play this card. I could see that. But it's, you know, it's just a card where it's like, where do I put it? You know, where do I put it? Yeah, I know, draw a card. I love drawing cards, bestie. I do. I really do. But I don't know. Terror Tide. Good name. 4-mana sorcery. All creatures get -X/-X until end of turn, where X is number of permanents in your graveyard. This can be pretty fucking good. Like 4-mana, get rid of like 4-mana Big Languish is pretty strong. It's just not really a languish for control decks. You know, it's a little awkward. It's a little inconsistent. Higher ceiling, but what black really needs is just, well, damnation in Gladiator. Obviously too weak for Highlander, but it's kind of cute. Like I can maybe see like the Golgari Super Friends kind of deck. Seems like a reasonable place for this card because you just have lands and Super Friends and like that's it. And like you kind of just want a whole bunch of Wraths, and that's not the best first Wrath, but it's a pretty good second Wrath. And you're a deck that wants to Wrath a bunch. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's just a little inconsistent. Is this the... Oh yeah, this... I feel like this card might be a real pisser for Pauper. Tithing Blade. 1 in a black for an artifact. When it ETBs, each opponent sacrifices a creature and then craft with a creature. Crafts creatures? No, thank you. I'm a Zaboomafoo viewer. That's not even true. I watch Crafts Creatures. My sister watches Zaboomafoo, and she cried when I told her that lemur was fake. Hey, you get some Wii lore here. And then it turns into Consuming Sepulcher. It's an artifact that says at the beginning of your upkeep, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So yeah, it's, I Again, 2-mana artifact has an ETB. You can sack it later. You could craft it with something. And like, the edicts are not that great, but if they're attached to a permanent, they get a little more reusable. And then this card is just really annoying. Again, not a card that you necessarily want to include by itself in your deck, but the fact that it's an artifact and attached to something that you can get value off of, I don't know. I could see this card showing up. It's also just like kind of annoying that like you can play this in the artifact deck with every like sculpting steel, and that's just like a reasonable game plan. Hold on. The sentence Wheeler's webcam is getting considerably more deep throaty. That holds a lot of different context in depending on the community. The sister page on the Wheeler wiki is a strange place. It's got to be the page that has received the most edits outside of maybe, well, certainly more than my page on the Lure wiki, but yeah. Yeah, I could see this card showing up. I do want to mention though, the this artwork rules. This set has a ton of phenomenal pieces of artwork. And I think that because of that, you get the more, like some of the more subtle pieces get kind of passed over. This one fucks. This artwork is so, it's simultaneous. It's old school from afar. And then you get up close and you're like, wow, I want a print of that. You know, I'm a big fan. I like this artwork quite a bit. You just like, from here, yeah, this just looks like a card. I mean, not from here. I'm not far enough away, but my wall is right there. It's just like, yeah, this art's great. It looks like it's from Torment. And then you get up close and you're just like, oh, look at all the details on the blade. Look at the detailing on the handle, on the hands themselves, on the hair. And then you got the flip side of just like, oh, now we're just modern magic art, which still looks pretty good. Yeah, it's like a movie poster. It's, what's the album called? Hold on. Let me get y'all know what I'm talking about. Why can't I remember the name? Yeah, The Adventures of Kosuke Kindaichi. It's got big. Am I wrong? Like, look at that. That's pretty good, huh? No, the medicine's not the reason I can't remember this. Yeah, this album rips, by the way. Highly recommend it. I'll link it in chat. I'm pretty sure this is an album that got popular over the pandemic as well. Like, it's one of those albums that like the algorithm picked up and then everybody was like, oh shit, you can listen to this? Oh yeah, this is popping off. It's got like over 1 million views. It's this one. There you go. Michael Walsh plagiarized that poster. I mean, we could always ask, hey, Michael Walsh, was this an homage to that? What does this card do? That's the reveal a card and discard it, and then, yeah, I'm not super excited about that. All right, we're done black. Belligerent. I guess I don't need to expand this, but sure, why not? Belligerent Yearling. 1 in a red for a 3/2 dinosaur with trample. Whenever another dino ETB is under your control, its base, you may have its base power become equal to that creature's power until end of turn. So the floor is it's a 2-mana 3/2 trampler that has a single pip of mana. And yeah, it makes your other dinos are going to make this pretty big. How long till Canlander Dinos? I'm going to play Canlander Dinos once Ixalan gets added to Magic Online. I'm going to try to make it as competitive as possible, but no promises. There are a lot of really good dinosaurs in the set, and they have been trickling out. better dinosaurs over the years. Yeah. You're not playing this in any deck unless dinosaurs ends up being like, unless you're like in a Gruul monsters kind of deck that has a bunch of dinosaurs in Gladiator. But this is one to look out for. You know, this is a good one to recognize that it exists and, you know, maybe come back to it. What colors? Probably Naya. I've got to imagine Naya. Ooh, finally I get to talk about this card. All right, Bonehoard Dracosaur. 3 red for a 5/5 dinosaur dragon with flying and first strike. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play them this turn. If you exile a land card this way, you make a 3/1 dino. If you exile a non-land card this way, you make a treasure. It's wild that this card is basically unplayable. I mean, in Gladiator, it's fine. Like, you could probably play this in Gladiator and it'd be okay, right? 5-mana 5/5 flyer first strike that gets you additional stuff, pretty cool. But for Canlander, this card is not really playable. I don't think it's worth it, which is pretty funny. I'm excited to see what the comment section looks like for the North 100 review. It's too slow. It's just, it's a 5-mana thing that doesn't do anything immediately and has no evasion. And then, yeah. Did I say first strike? Oh no, Churchy called it, I see. Needs haste? If it has haste, that's a different story entirely. Haste is huge. If it has an ETB or haste, then maybe you could play this in medium red or Gruul monsters. But not for this. Do I want to keep on this late? Maybe I'll see how I feel. But this is immediately worse. I think this is worse for everybody. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah. Oh my god, Deep Throat was Wheeler. There are just so many other 5-drops that, like, if you are going to play them in medium red or monsters, like, you're playing your Glorybringer, you're playing maybe even like Thundermaw, Hellkite. There are just better ones to play before this. You could play it in Dragon Stompy, but that's more of a meme than anything. Playing like actual factual dragon typal, you know. But yeah, I'm glad that the conversation about this card popped up on Twitter, because it popped up, and I think Kibler was like, it's wild that this card is just not going to be playable in standard. Because, like, yeah, doesn't do anything immediately. Brass's Tunnel Grinder. 2 and a red, it's a legendary artifact. On ETB, you discard any number of cards, then draw that many +1. And at the beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, you put a boar counter on the Tunnel Grinder. Then if there are 3 or more boar counters on it, you remove those counters and transform it. And then it turns into Tecathlon. I think it's Tecathlon. Tecathlon, the Searing Rift. Legendary land, it's a cave, taps out a red, and then whenever you cast a permanent spell using mana produced by Tecathlon, you discover X, where X is the spell's mana value. Just a heads up, the Discover, because we haven't talked about it, Discover is fixed. Why am I doing the bunny ear or the rabbit ears here? It's wait, no, these are quotations. It's rabbit ears when it's behind the head. You know, the bunny ears. You can't see. It's in the same line as Cascade. However, Cascade is a cast trigger, right? Cards with Cascade say, when you cast this spell, you cascade, and then when you hit the illegal card, you cast that spell. Whereas Discover is on, it can be used as a activated ability, it can be used as a triggered ability, it can be used as a part of a spell resolving. So they're different. Cascade gets some strength or at least some nuance in that it fires off for free when you cast the spell. And the actual spell itself doesn't have to resolve, and a bunch of other stuff comes along with it. Some complications. Discover is a bit more flexible. It's a bit easier long term. I kind of like it. Yeah, I kind of like it. Because, like, they're going to have that kind of effect in the first place. It's value, it's random, it's fun, it's the perfect kind of mechanic for Commander. So people are going to want to play it. So I rather they have it in a way that says, like, hey, we don't ever have to do Cascade again if we don't want to. We do not have to do this. Instead, we can have a better version of it, right? We can have one that we have more control over, where it shows up and all that. Also, I didn't even mention it. Yeah, if you discover into the card, Cascade is less mana than the spell, right? So Bloodbraid Elf, 4 mana card. When it cascades, you can hit 3 or less. Discover X is you hit X or less. So you might have a 3 mana card with Discover 3. So your 3 mana card could cast another 3 mana card for free. That's pretty hot. But also, you could just put it into your hand. You don't have to cast it. You could just put it into your hand. Ta-da! I like Discover, which is why I think that this card is just a wild auto include in a lot of red Commander decks. It's not quite Valakut's Awakening because the double face Molo cards are free, air quotes. They also just get you playing more lands, hopefully. But this is pretty easy to get going. I don't think I'm playing this in a construct like 100 card constructed format, like a 1v1. But yeah, I do like that this this does a lot of cool stuff, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Also, I don't think it was correcting me, but Root Potato said Dragon Kindred and then Dragonkin. They use like typal. Kindred is the like in-game word that is going to be used, right? Like on Bitter Blossom, it will be a kindred enchantment, whatever. But typal still gets used internally and colloquially as the like, hey, wait, did I not say fairy? Typal is going to get used as describing like my dragon typal deck, right? Yeah, typal kindred sounds much cooler than typal as a card type. It's great, right? A kindred enchantment, my kindred equipment, my kindred deck. But if I'm talking about decks as a whole, that style of deck as a whole, I think typal still fits the bill and it still works. I think it's fine. I think either is fine. Typal got, a lot of people are like, typal? I'm not saying typal. Anyways, my Emrakul attacks your Seton, the druid guy, and then I cascade. Like, it's a lot, you know? Prepare to be boarded. Breach's Eager Pillager. 2 and a red for a 3/3 legendary goblin pirate. First strike. Whenever a pirate you control attacks, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. Make a treasure. Creature can't block. Exile the top card of your library. You get to play it this turn. This card's kind of interesting. I feel like it maybe it's like a bit too late, you know, like maybe a little bit too late. But like for like a medium red card, because medium red, I mean, you could play this in medium red for sure. But medium red has more or less just kind of fallen out of favor for Gruul monsters. And this card just feels a little too late, you know? It doesn't find a home in goblins, which is unfortunate. It can trigger off of itself, which is pretty good. Like 3 mana, 3/3 first strike. When it attacks, you draw an extra card every turn. It's pretty nice. Or this thing can't block is pretty nice. This has a lot of stuff good going for it. So maybe it will end up seeing some play. in like a red X kind of mid-rangey deck or red X like stompy style deck. Part of me feels like it's just a new toy syndrome of like, hey, it's good and hey, you can play it because it does these things and it'll be great. But it's you know, I don't know how long it's going to show up, you know? I don't know how, like, this might be a close but no cigar. Yeah, I don't think Gruul Monsters. It's just, the cards in Gruul Monsters are already so good. This card's good. I just don't know, you know? Pygmy Worm, welcome back for the 37th month. What up? Yeah, that card's a blunt. For sure a blunt. Thank you for the 37 months. Glad to have you. Good to see you. What up? How you doing? How you been? There's a Minecraft card. This one is wild to me. I might actually try this out in Boros Equipment. 1 red, it's an equipment, it's an artifact, and it's indestructible. That's pretty important. It's cheap, and it sticks around, and it always gives you, so it always just gives you something you can equip. Obviously in Highlander, this is just like prime prismatic ending targets, or March of Otherworldly Light. But, you know, and equip 2 is like kind of big, but it pays for itself basically immediately. Let me finish reading the card. 1 red artifact equipment, indestructible. Whenever equipped creature gets +1/+1, and whenever it attacks, you make a treasure token, and you equip for 2. It's an artifact that makes more artifacts. Helps pay for the equip cost. Is on attack, not even on damage, which is wild. I'm pretty sure the Gold Vein Pickaxe or whatever it's called, the Kaldheim one, and even the sword from original Ixalan, I think that you had to hit them to get the treasure. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I think this card has a lot going for it. And it's kind of funny to like go in depth as being like, look, it will always stick around. It helps pay for the cost. It generates more artifacts, which works well with your other like artifact synergy cards. When just like so many people are playing this because it's like, oh, it's Minecraft, and I make treasure in my commander deck. It's like both of these are equally as important. Like, hell yeah. In the Slicer deck, well, hold on. In Slicer, this gives the creature that ability, so they would get the treasure token, right? Maybe you're still fine with that. I don't want to talk about this card, but Dinotomaton, I think this should just be Dinomaton. Right? Dinotomaton. Or Dinomaton. I don't know. Dinotomaton, I think it goes too far beyond this is fun to say and goofy and into just like it's just so much. Dinomaton is already pretty fun to say, or Dinomaton because it's a gnome dinosaur is also fun to say. I think that if you came to me and pitched me Dinomaton, and Dinotomaton, I'd go, these are all pretty good, but I think I like Dinotomaton the least. It's a little cumbersome. Anyways, here's Dire Flail. 1 red artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+1. Equipped for 1 and has craft with an artifact. For 3 red, when you craft, it becomes the Dire Blunderbuss. Equipped creature gets +3/+0. Equipped for 1 and has whenever this creature attacks, you may sack an artifact other than this. When you do, this creature deals damage equal to its power to target creature. Yeah, I'll give this card a shot. I think that when people build the equipment decks for Gladiator, it's a different story. But when they build the equipment decks in Highlander, Surge, as the premier equipment pilot, you can't even see me doing this. I just realized how dark it is getting in the camera. That's okay. Yeah, it's like your equipment deck doesn't want to play Bone Splitters, right? The strength of equipment decks in Canlander is that you are a toolbox deck. You are a mid-range, synergy-based toolbox deck that lets you find that turns all of your tutors into, like, you have tutors upon tutors upon tutors, and it lets you turn these bodies like Stoneforge Mystic, Imperial Recruiter, Recruiter of the Guard, Oswald, these bodies that aren't that great, you can turn them into better utility creatures or just killing machines. And Bone Splitter doesn't really accomplish that. This lets you meet a cheap equipment threshold and then gives you like some longevity. Like you can turn it into removal, because it doesn't matter which artifact you sack. It just matters about the power of the creature. So even if you have this equipped to a 1/1, it's now a 4/1, and you sack your artifact land, your treasure token, your piece of equipment you're not using, whatever, and you can deal 4 damage to an opposing creature. That's pretty good. So yeah, I like this card, but not because it's a Bone Splitter, right? That's the worst part about this card, is that it just gives +2/+0. But that does show up too, right? The equipment deck is one that can just be pretty explosive. And yeah, it's interesting to see. Do I want to play the 5 mana craft cost? Yeah, because the Boros equipment deck, you're a mid-range deck that has a bunch of fast mana, right? Your points are like Mox GT Mana Crypt, or like Mox GT Mana Vault, or Mana Crypt Mox GT. You could do Crypt Soul Ring Mana Vault and skip GT. Like, you have a lot of mana. And it's good to have a mana sink. That's another strength of that deck, is that you have tutors, you have mana sinks, you've always got something to do. So yeah, cool card. I really like this Pitch Black stream. And I'm glad that seemingly, I mean, the set review streams always kind of have people hanging out no matter what. This is more the kind of stream where you could throw it on in the background and you know, do whatever you want. Play Street Fighter, jerk off, cook dinner, whatever you want. But it is at least somewhat heartwarming to be like, oh, cool. In fact, people prefer it when they can't see me. Got it. You're doing all 3? Oh, you're churning, and you're churning? I kind of want to talk about this card. All right, not to spoil anything, but I got Surge's ass with this card in the set review. Dowsing Device. 1 in a red. It's an artifact. When it ETBs, or another artifact ETBs, target creature gets +1/+0 and has haste until end of turn. Then if you got 4 more artifacts, it transforms into Geode Grotto. Taps to add a red and has 2 in a red. Tap until end of turn. Target creature gains haste and gets +X/+0, where X is number of artifacts you control. Activate only as a sorcery. So when we were talking about this card for the North 100 set review, Surge was he was a little unsure, and he liked the idea of obviously an artifact that benefits you from playing other artifacts, but he didn't like the fact that this activated ability was like worse than Kessig Wolf Run, like didn't have the surprise factor of cranial plating and whatnot. He was kind of down on that. And you know what I told him? You know what I boom roasted him with? I said, hey, bud, I bet you would have a higher evaluation of this card if it didn't have this last ability. If I said that if he looked at this card and it was this, and then taps for a red and nothing else, he would be higher on this card. And he agreed. He was like, I think you're right. Because this is just the gravy. The fact that you could play this as an artifact that ends up giving some of your Kappa Cannoneers, your Karnstrucks haste, right? This acts like a fervor almost, until it flips and then just becomes another land and becomes a mana sink in your mana rock deck, right? One. Like, It starts out by letting your things hit more immediately and harder, and then just turns into another land that can pump your evasive. I don't want to say Hovermere. It could buff. I mean, it could buff your Kappa Cannoneer. It could buff your Thopter tokens. That's pretty good. I just realized I closed the window on this again. Oh, shit. Yeah, I like this card in the aggressive artifact decks. I like it enough to try it out. It does have some weakness in that, you know, you need additional things. You need additional things to really get it humming, but... Huh? No, not Commander. You need some additional tools to get it humming, but I do like this card. I'll give it a whirl. Have I considered watching less porn so I don't need to go into incognito mode? I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about my dumbass must have having something in my search bar that was just like, hey, how come my credit card no work? Credit card number is 45, you know.
Eggs.
Mista Calf, thank you for gifting a sub to Baskwalla. Very kind of you. Very generous of you. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the gifted sub. And hi, call me Rusty. What up? Welcome back for the 33rd month. Thanks for having me. It's great to have been here for the past 33 months. Thank you for being here. It's great to have you for the past 33 months. This card is messed up. Holy smokes. Dreadmaw's Ire. 1 red for an instant. Until end of turn, target attacking creature gets +2/+2 and gains trample. And whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, destroy target artifact that player controls. Jesus Christ, this is so pushed. Yeah, this is really good. It's a single red +2 power +2 toughness trample. This pushes so much damage. It destroys their Moxen, their Jite, their artifact lands, you know, their Aether Vial, whatever. It just gets rid of them. Or it just pushes damage. Doesn't even need the triggered ability to really get anything. Well, Built to Smash is only an artifact creature that gets trample. This could just go into a Blitz deck or a red-green, like red-green Blitz, the mono-red Prowess deck with all the pump spells. Yeah, I can, they could all show up in that. Yeah, this card's really good. I will say this to get in front of the comments, that there are folks that are like, well, you can't use this defensively. The decks that play these spells would rather just have their creature die and save this for like something that will connect than to use your pump spells defensively most of the time. You know, it's just like, yeah, that's the strength of like these prowess decks, is that like, you don't have to pull the trigger until you want to. And often it's too late. Often it's way too late. You're already dead. Here's Bloodbraid Elf, kinda. 4 mana 3/2 ETB. If you cast it, discover 3. Good catch on the if you cast it. Oh, this fucking card. Okay. Okay, hold on. I gotta share this. Because this shit is just so funny to me. This popped this popped up a bit. Also, is the music still going? Is the music being off for a while? Oh my god. And nobody told me? The music has been gone and nobody told me? Great. Where was it? Was it Seth's profile? Saffron Olive. I don't have anything against Seth, but this was just a very funny tweet to read. This Common Goblin Guide with no downside. And then there's a whole nother fucking like Common Goblin Guide with no downside. Oh, assuming you have an artifact. So It's just very funny that it's like, yeah, this is exactly like Goblin Guide, except for these circumstances that require you to have an additional permanent in play. And then if you don't have that, it's a fucking unplayable Magic card. Oh, it's just kind of funny. It's just and then just like someone, I'm pretty sure someone tweeted like, I love that on Magic Twitter, you can just describe what a card does poorly and get a whole bunch of likes. It's just really funny to me. This card is just closer. It's not Goblin Guide. It's whatchamacallit? Nerd Ape. Inventor's Apprentice? Yeah, it's closer to Inventor's Apprentice than anything. Like, it's just a 1-mana creature that becomes slightly playable if you have more artifacts. And Inventor's Apprentice does not see play. So I don't think this will see play, even though it's a goblin. Great. That's making it into the copy process. Good. Glad of it. Good. I'm glad of it. Yeah, it's getting dark out here. It is pitch black. How about this? Can I... Maybe this is fine. This doesn't help at all. There, how about this? Does this work? Hit the mother load. I opened this as my pre-release foil, and then I opened an actual copy of this card in my pack. Very funny card. 4 red, sorcery. You discover 10, and then if the discovered card's mana value is less than 10, you make that many, the difference through treasure tokens tapped. I was so close in my match when I cast this card. I played both of them in my deck because I thought it'd be very funny. I wasn't even thinking about it. Was not intentional, and I had just taken some medicine. Where I had cast 1 copy of this card, and but I was still in not a great spot, and so I needed to hit a second copy. And in my head, I'm like, oh, this is perfect. It has mother in the name. And I was about to go, come on, mama needs a second load. And then I was like, wait a minute. No. Woot. Just like red flashing sirens went off in my brain. It's like, don't say that. Don't say that. And then for the rest of the match, I was just thinking about it. I was like, oh, I mean, how do I word this? Do I go like me on laundry day, I'm gonna need a second load or something? And it's just like, no, this just doesn't work. This name is so wild. It is so wild. Hit the mother load is so wild. This card was a lot of fun to play. It regularly, I think I hit like a 5-drop and made 5 treasures or something. Then I hit like a 2-drop and made 8. I was so close to having this card with a, I think I skipped it already. It's like a 4-mana 3/3. Yeah, here, 4-mana 3/3. Whenever you discover again for the same value. And I was about to do this on, well, not on curve, but I was about to go Curator next turn, hit the mother load and descend 10 into descend 10. But Ben had to be a jerk and abrade my creature. I guess what I'm saying is nice load. Inti. This card's pretty good. Inti, Seneschal of the Sun. 1 in a red for a 2/2 legendary human knight. Whenever you attack, you may discard a card. When you do, put a 1/1 counter on target attacking creature. It gains trample until end of turn. And then whenever you discard 1 or more cards, exile the top card of your library. You can play that card until your next end step. Okay. This card is pretty strong. It's a 2-mana 2/2, which in red, honestly, not bad. You don't have to attack with Inti. It's just whenever you attack. So you play your 1-drop, you play this, and you attack. You can then discard a card and have it attacking with +1/+1 and trample. and it's a counter, so this is permanent. +1/+1 and a counter is huge. Or sorry, +1/+1 counter and trample is huge. Then, obviously, if you did discard a card, you can cast some free stuff until the end of your next turn. And it doesn't matter how you discard the card as well. Like, you could discard a card to Bomat Courier, and you would get to trigger this as well. There's so much going on with this card, and it's a legend, and it's a human. Until your until your next end step. Okay, it's until your next end step. That's still okay. I'm still okay with this card, right? It's got Felden vibes. You could get Durest, you could get Liliana the Veiled, is still good. I like this card a lot. I could foresee it showing up in Mono Red, Boros Humans, Nile Legends, Medium Red. If you are a deck that cares about discarding, like, sure, why not? The Jund Madness deck that I've been too chicken shit to play on a stream. A bunch of stuff. Very powerful card. Very good card. O'Hare Oxenil, the Deepest Might. This is the red god. It's not playable, but it's kind of cool. I mean, maybe, no, it's a 4-drop without haste. It does do a thing, but it's whatever. Yeah, you could discard your Beseiju. I do like the T-Rex for an arm. Yeah. Ashonil. Oh, because we're using the old, or the not the English spelling, or not the English pronunciation of the X. But we do pronounce the X for the name of the set. Right? That's kind of weird to me. Why is it Ixalan? Why do we pronounce it Ixalan, not Ixalan? Have they ever mentioned that? Also, I gotta tell you, the comment, the chat for the PPR was, as a whole, it was fine, but for the excellent point, white Latino. Look, I'm not raising my, I'm not saying shit. I'm not saying shit. I'm letting other people dig ahead. I am the worst person for this because North Americans are lazy. That's true. But the chat yesterday was so funny because I think it is admirable to try, it's admirable to try to properly pronounce the names of these cards. And white people don't do that very often. North Americans, British people, a lot of English-speaking people don't make the effort. And I hate that. I got a sour spot for that, for any language, right? But it is very funny to see seeing people correct other people incorrectly. Like, you would have people be like, actually, it's pronounced this way. And someone would be like, no, it's supposed to be pronounced this way. You're pronouncing it like modern Spanish. And then they're like, oh, my bad. I saw this on Twitter. And it's just like, that part's really funny to me. It's just like people correcting other people, but they're correcting them with incorrect information. And it's just like, because aren't a lot of these words are also just from languages that are not really spoken anymore, right? Like, that's the shitty part about it, is that these languages have been genocided away and colonized into oblivion, and that fucking sucks. But there's just a lot of these where it's like, well, we don't actually have a great idea of how this would be pronounced, so it's just kind of, it's like a, not to say that you should not make the effort. It is just like a very funny, like, actually one-upping when people are just like working off incorrect or incomplete information. I don't know. It's a thing where I am glad that there is this enthusiasm for this, I kind of wish it was also there for Kamigawa, because a big pet peeve of mine is that like when Kamigawa was out, the amount of people that were pulling, like, that were either not attempting to pronounce it properly, when it's a fucking, people speak this language, modern day, millions upon millions. And then you just get like people that pull the like, oh, M. Night Shyamalama Ding Dong. Oh, I'm in Ohio, you know, that kind of stuff. It's just, fucking boils my berries. So it's nice to at least see an effort being made towards this. I really like Ohio. I don't know, it's the one Midwest place I pick on. Yeah, it's not great.
Eggs, EGGS eggs.
Anyway, Boonf, welcome back for the 15th month. I'm in Ohio. Look, I'm sure Ohio's fine. At some point, I am going to visit Ohio. I can pick a different state to pick on if you want. I put in a commendable amount of work to try and pronounce things correctly. Yeah, I mean, it's a fucking word. It's a language. I think you should. You want to call something... Some jalapeno... Can I get some jalapeno peppers? As a gay man, the only kind of poppers I want... let's move on. Pick on Illinois. Poetic Ingenuity. This card, it's kind of a fun card. I like the girlfriends. I talked about this on Tap, so I don't want to talk about it here, but I truly love how much this set does feel like a couple sharing their interests with each other. I think it's very nice. Yeah. Ibiza? Yeah, they love... Yeah, British people can't pronounce anything properly. Well, some, to their credit, they can pronounce certain English words properly, and it's the Americans who are wrong.
Yes, but like...
Oh, fillet. Yeah, anything that is not English, they cannot fillet. Because they hate the French. The Brits hate the French, so they will not do it any kind of justice. And then, yeah, Kiefer was saying that the only non-English word that Brits can properly pronounce is Ibiza.
It's very funny.
Yeah, lieutenant. This card's kind of cool. It's Tormenting Voice on an artifact, but you're never really crafting it. Scytheclaw Raptor. This is a pretty interesting card. 2 and a red for a 4/3 dino. Whenever a player casts a spell, if it's not their turn, it deals 4 damage to him. It's got Ancient Tomb mana. This card looks better than it actually is in practice, which is kind of funny. It does, so Ancient Tomb mana and a single red pip. Pretty good. 4 power, pretty good. 3 toughness, not great. No haste, no ETB, not great. This can be a little awkward in higher power formats where you, or even in Gladiator too, where you're just like, oh, I'm going to keep up this removal spell for their first creature. And then they play this and you're like, oh shit. Well, okay, I'll untap and then kill it. And it can kind of throw them off curve. But like, there's so many blossoming defenses, sorcery speed, powerful sorcery speed removal, just like ways of like playing against this or building to the board. There's just a bunch of ways to play against this that this might not actually show up that often. And like, if my deck is playing Scytheclaw Raptor, I'm already pretty happy if I'm against a counterspell deck. So this card looks like it does more than it actually does. I don't think it will see play. Like, maybe I'll try it out. I mean, it will see play in Gladiator and Canlander. I don't know how competitive that level of play is going to be, or if it's strategically the correct call to make, you know. But it's neat. I like this push to having more 4 mana 4/3s in red, because 3 toughness is a huge liability. But this makes it kind of neat, you know. Sunshot Militia. Not going to talk about it too much, but I do like this card a lot. This card is pretty good and limited. So if you start drafting this set, hey, play that. There's a new End the Festivities, which is kind of like, I kind of like it, I guess, but End the Festivities didn't really show up in our format that much. Trumpeting Carnosaur, big fan of this card. 6 mana for a 7/6 Dino with Trample. When it ETBs, you discover 5, and then you can pay 2 in a red and discard it, deal 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Yeah, 6 mana Big Idiot that casts another Big Idiot, or 6 mana, or in Canlander, 6 mana Dino that casts a planeswalker. That's pretty hot. Or that casts like a board wipe, or that just hits another removal spell, or a mana, like a not Corsa Portal, gets an artifact in play. Like that's kind of cool. And you could just pitch it. Uncounterable creature or planeswalker removal, pretty hot. Albeit it only hits the smaller things. You can put it in your graveyard and then reanimate it, which is kind of nice. It discovers for the right amount for Gladiator Reanimator if you're in red, because if you pitch it, then you just have this Big Idiot in your graveyard and you've probably killed another thing. And then when it comes back into play, discover 5 means that you're still hitting all your 5 mana reanimation spells. The discover is on ETB, not if it was cast, which is pretty nice. Yeah, this card's expensive, but it has a lot of good going for it, and it has some pretty powerful flexibility, you know? Oh, that's not what I want. Yeah, there's this card that people wanted to try and do broken stuff with, but I don't think that's happening. Capybara! Capybara! Coconut Doggy! I can't believe it got cut out in the PPR, but I wasn't thinking about it, but on camera I opened this card and I went, oh, Capybara! Coconut Doggy! I got a Glock in my Rari. I was like, you probably shouldn't use that. And Graham and Kathleen are like, Graham starts chuckling. He's like, what is that? I'm like, oh, it's my favorite YouTube video where it's just, I've shared it on stream a lot. I'm not gonna play it because I don't want to get the VOD muted. But here, I'll link it in chat. Basically, it shows like an anime girl hugging a capybara, and it shows or she's just like very excited to be in front of a capybara. And then it fades into, is this the one?
Capybara, coconut doggy. Oh my.
No, this is the original one. I don't want the original. I want to learn how to make crystal meth. The original one had that clip and then it fades away into a recipe for crystal meth while playing. Oh, here it is.
Capybara, coconut doggy.
I got a Glock.
Oh my god. I'm just gonna link it in here. I love it so much. I got a Glock in my Rari. So anytime I see a capybara, I just think about crystal meth is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Anyways, there's a couple of capybaras in this set. When as soon as I was able to share this card with Kiefer, I was like, honey, look, it's a capybara on a card. There's a turtle that cares about butts. Cenote Scout. Oh, and my favorite little raccoon. 1 mana 1/1 Merfolk Explorer on ETB. This card's great. It's one of the many Merfolk that gets to replace some of the lesser Merfolk in Merfolk. Merfolk might actually be worthwhile exploring in Gladiator again too. Really excited to play this card in Canlander Merfolk though. Also, for people that are familiar with Victoria and Canlander lore, there was I think they're still open. There's a restaurant or a bar in Victoria called Cenote. Yeah, Stanius got it. Called Cenote, which when it first opened, the Victoria magic community frequented it a lot because it was right next to one of the older. There was a place called Brickyard Pizza, which was pretty good, but started to be on the decline. That we used to hold pizza council at because they had a massive set of tables that looked like an old, like King Arthur era, like dining hall. And we would always Magic players would fill up the back of that, eat pizza, drink beer, and talk about like Standard or Highlander or whatever. But as Brickyard kind of got on the decline and Cenote opened, we started going to there. And they used to have these hot dogs, like these very fancy, elaborate hot dogs. And it was you had to go down some stairs and go like underneath the side, below the sidewalk to get to Cenote. So it earned the nickname Hot Dog Basement. So if you've ever heard Hot Dog Basement mentioned on North 100 or North 100 Showdown or a stream, we're talking about the restaurant called Cenote. Oh yeah, Mink, I'm going to talk about commander cards. I don't know how long, I mean, we're already at 4 hours. I should maybe cut it off for this, and then we could do the second part of the stream tomorrow. Because, you know, my head, my back, my... Cody Scavenger, 2 and a green for a 3/2 raccoon. With descend 4 on ETB. If there are 4 more permanents, you can return a permanent from your graveyard to your hand. I could see this card showing up in Gladiator, in the like Gladiator self mill. I might even consider playing this card in like Maze's End, because it lets you. Oh, is it Coati? The Coati Scavenger. Coati Scavenger. So this very cute raccoon can rebuy some permanents. I think this has some of the best art on a Magic card that I've seen in a while. It is just so incredible. I'm so ready for Bloomborough, which is a wild thing to say considering the PPR was yesterday. But like, this is what I want more of. And Ixalan really delivered on this, because you just have a bunch of animals, you have a bunch of creatures existing in their environment, and that makes for the best Magic. The end. Oh, big raccoon. Yeah, this game needs more cute little guys. This is a 4-mana 5/4 with trample and reach. Cosmium Confluence. No, this is the weird cave one. Ooh, this card's kind of wild. Earthshaker Dreadmaw, 6-mana 6/6 trample. ETB, draw a card for each other dino you control. It's pretty hilarious that like the floor of this card is Colossal Dreadmaw, which is a totally reasonable Magic card. And then I think Graham said he drew 4 cards off his copy, which is pretty hot. Oh, that's key for listening. Yeah, this and Random Replication is pretty hot. It's a big dino. It's a big dino. Ooh, yeah. You want to talk big dinos? Galta Stampede Tyrant. 5, 3 green for a 12/12 trample. Elder Dino Legend. When it ETBs, you put any number of creature cards from your hand to play. I'm going to play this card in Gladiator and in Canadian Highlander. This is kind of a funny card. I'm not going to talk about it at 2. Well, you'll have to wait 2 weeks if I don't talk about it right now. This reads like a win more card, but I actually think it's just a powerful Magic card. right? You look at this card and you're like, oh, cool. I make a 12/12 trample, and then I also make a Crater Hoof Behemoth, and I win. Or it's like, cool, when I'm winning, I can win even more. And it's like, no, no, no. This is just like 2 bodies. Or it's Galta plus Reclamation Sage. Like, isn't that pretty hot? Like, what do you have to put in off this Galta for it to be worthwhile? And it's basically just like anything with an ETB, like anything with a relevant body. No, not a Memnite. Like, Galta put in Fierce Empath is sick because it gets you a follow-up. Galta put in Questing Beast is hot. Put in a Deranged Hermit, Greater Hoof Behemoth, Reclamation Sage, Woodland Bellower. Like, I'm thinking about this in Hoof and Canlander, and like just hard casting this and getting that is pretty strong. Or like Natural Order into this is just pretty strong. And Reanimator into this, because that's like what Reanimator does nowadays in Canlander. Is it's not about getting out the Gristlebrand and protecting the Gristlebrand for your dear life. It's reanimate your Gristlebrand. It's like reanimate your big idiot and then don't protect it. But if they kill it, you just reanimate it again. Or reanimating something that's really difficult for them to deal with, like profitably, so that they're down on so many resources, and then when you reanimate it a second time, they just can't deal with it. So yeah, I'm excited to play this card in both Hoof and Reanimator and Eldrazi Green. I think I'm shocked at how many places I'll play this card in Canlander, because it seems like such a big Timmy casual card, right? But yeah, no, this card rules. Glimpse the Core is another 2-mana rampant growth style effect. It only finds basic forests, but it's worthwhile having another piece of this, especially because I think Scapeshift decks are a little underexplored in a post-Triome world. I would like to stream some Scapeshift decks. I have a Rug Shift list that I want to play, and I have a Jund list that I want to play. There's a bunch, and having an additional copy of this card is kind of nice. They reprinted Growing Rites, which is a pretty cool call. Look at this fucking Huatli. The back looks pretty good too, but like this is a very bold Magic card. I'm a big fan of this art. Holy smokes, big fan. But let's talk about, no, don't save the art of Huatli. Let's talk about Huatli. So Huatli, Poet of Unity, 2 and a green for a 2/3 Human Warrior Bard. It's a legend. On ETB, you find a basic land into your hand, then you can pay 3 and then 2 hybrid Boros to exile Huatli, then return her to play transformed under her owner's control. And that turns into the Roar of the Fifth People, a saga with 4 chapters. First chapter, you make 2 dinos. Second chapter does nothing. Third chapter, you find a dinosaur. And fourth chapter, you either win the game or it does nothing. I think this card might be a little too slow for Canlander, but I am genuinely okay playing a Borderland Ranger, playing a Civic Wayfinder. Like, yeah, I'm down to clown. I love Sylvan Ranger. We all know how much I love Sylvan Ranger. And I'm okay playing it for a slightly larger body that also is just like not one you want to Caracas, you know, giving big Nissa Vastwood Seer vibes, but can get something other than the forest. And even this saga is like not that bad, because your one card finds you a land drop and then just and then like when you hit 5, if you got nothing to do, you make 2 dinosaurs. And like chapter 2 is not doing anything, but you might play a dino in your deck. Like, I imagine you're at least playing like a Thrashing Brontosaur. Brontodon? Thrashing... What is that card's name? It's in the preview gallery. I have only called this card Thrashy B for like... since it's Brontodon. Okay. I only call this card Thrashy B. You ever use a nickname so much that you're just like, what is this card called again? Yeah, Lucamina was one I was thinking about for Gladiator. I wish I remember Lucamina's exact text. But it's the seek a land and then specializes for 6, right? And the specialize is pretty brutal because one of the specializes, like, your entire team gets +1/+1 in trample, and it's wild. But yeah, this I'm kind of down for. I feel like you need to be more of a ramp deck than anything. Maybe like Gladiator, and you have a payoff with like, oh, it's 3. You need 6 lands. That's what it is. Like, yeah, maybe you just play this in like a ramp deck in Gladiator where it just lets you hit your land drops. You can make a couple more tokens, tutor up a card. Like the fact that a single card can get you a land. You can't see this. It's pitch fucking black. Can you see this? A single card can get you a land, 2 creatures, and tutor another card. So one card can effectively make 4 cards, not including itself, which is 5 cards. That's kind of wild, right? Like that's genuinely good value. So yeah, I don't know. There's a part of my brain that thinks like, wait a minute, am I being too like picky? Is this card just like actually really strong? And then there's something that creeps up in my brain. It was like, no, dickhead. It's just because it's just your like 2010 brain of being like, oh, it finds a land. This card's great. You know, it does so much, makes a lot of permanence. I'm going to be experimenting with this card. I'm going to be giving it a whirl. I also just have a soft spot for Huatli. Wow, look at this art. Hulking Raptor, 2/2 green for a 5/3 dino with Ward 2. Beginning of your pre-combat main, add 2 green. Ward 2 does a lot of heavy lifting, so this doesn't get bolted, but a 5/3 without trample just gets this crunched in combat. I could maybe see playing this. I'm going to play this in like a bigger green deck. Like I think maybe looking at this as though it's an aggressive card or a mid-range card is incorrect. It feels like it's more a mid-range card you include in your ramp deck. Like it bridges the gap from like your turn 3 or turn 4. Like it bridges the gap from your 4 drop to your 6 or your 7 drop. And it's just a little hard to get off the board, you know? Yeah. I could see this card popping up in Gladiator in specific archetypes. I don't think it's finding a home in Highlander because it just like gets blocked by too many things. Like it's funny, but the most disappointing part of this card is maybe the 5 power because you're like, oh my god, it's going to hit like a truck, and then you're like, oh, it gets blocked. But like, if it was a 3/3, I wouldn't get bumped up for it. I mean, if it's a 3/3, I'm just not playing it anyways. But yeah, I don't know. It's got all the words on it are good. This is a mana dork that can exile cards from graveyards, which is kind of neat. And you can cast dinos. It's also a 2/2. It's just a... Actually, hold on. Wait. This card's pretty good, right? We are getting more 1-mana mana dorks, you know, seemingly every day. Every single day. We're up to 300 new 1-mana mana dorks in Gladiator. But a 2-mana 2/2, like we've played Servant of the Conduit this year in Gladiator, right? This does that, except you don't have to worry about the energy costs. And you have just random graveyard disruption. And then also you're just like, hey, wait a minute. I have a Carnage Tyrant. I got a Thrashy Bee. I'm just gonna... I got a... what's the Q card that Wormy kills me with? It's like Quertox. Kuwarba. You know what I'm talking about, right? The 5-mana 6/6 trample that makes another thing when you trample me. Quartzwood Crasher, that's the ticket. Yeah, like you just have you know, you can cast one of those. The finality counters, whatever. But yeah, this is a pretty good card. No, not questing. There's one mana dork that only works for dinos. Ooh, Spelunky. Jadelight Spelunker. 6 and a green for a 1/1 Merfolk Scout. At ETBs, it explores X times. Big fan of this card. One of the issues that Merfolk can struggle with is, and this is not a joke because they're fish, sometimes Merfolk struggles to scale. What I mean by that is that in the mid to late game, if you don't have a board, if you don't have something that's threatening, you might struggle to get off the ground again. You might struggle to have cards that go, hey, this is turn 7, let's act like a play on turn 7, you know? And this is a good mana sink. It's one that you can play out as a big top end. It's one that you can play as a curve filler, one that you can play and still have enough mana to activate abilities or whatever. This card's pretty good. It's flexible. Like, 2 mana for a 1/1 Explorer, I'm okay with that. We even talked about how I'm okay playing the blue one, right? Like, yeah, just gives Merfolk more smoothing, more scaling, which is a term that I'd like to start using more when talking about Magic cards, because I think it's a pretty relevant one that goes underutilized in card analysis. Yeah, cool card. Cool card that's also good. This is a 1 mana fight spell. We have so many of these. Land Cycler, O'Hare Koslem. I mean, this is just it's a really cool god. I love the art. Oh, I haven't even seen this artwork. I think I prefer this artwork. I mean, Ryan Pankos is just like one of the all-timers, you know? Yeah, this card rules. It looks pretty and it slams. I mean, maybe I'll die to this card. Every time I look at these gods, I go like, I don't know if I'm playing this, and go, oh yeah. If you kill it, it just comes back. Right? Like, that's kind of great. But there's a capybara hugging the tail. Where? I can't see. Yeah, it's big. I could see it showing up in Gladiator. On the green part, fuck off. You mean the snake? Or the green on this green card? On the body? Very good. Everybody laugh at Asthenius' good joke. Good joke, Asthenius. Okay, you got us. Very good joke. No, it's fine. We got you. Very funny. Okay, you trickster. You okay? Every good job. What does this need to do? 10 or more permanents. Yeah, that's fine. Poison Dart Frog. Cute little frog. This is the kind of Magic design that I'm okay, where like, you know, the designers were they thought they were so clever, but I'm okay with it. Pugnacious Hammer Skull. 2 and a green for a 6/6 dino. Whenever it attacks while you don't control another dino, put a stun counter on it. Because it keeps ramming its head. If it's not ramming its head against like other dinosaurs, you know, like they're fighting for territory or whatever, then it's just going to start ramming its head into other materials that might leave it a little dazed. Now, do I identify with this because it's a big galoot that has a concussion? Yeah, sure, of course. Does that mean I'm going to play this Magic card in Constructed? Probably not. But look at it, it's so big. Like, I could maybe see this card showing up. It does have big broccoli energy. Although it doesn't have trample. Broccoli has trample. I could maybe see it though. Sentinel of the Nameless City. 2 and a green for a 3/4 Merfolk Warrior Scout with Vigilance. Whenever it ETBs or attacks, you create a map token. This card's pretty good. It's a 3 mana 3/4, pretty reasonable stat line, easy to cast, vigilance, attacks and blocks, and starts making map tokens. Great. I'm gonna play this in Merfolk, but I'm also gonna try this in like mono green and maybe some green X decks, in both Gladiator and Canlander. Yeah, this card rips. It's pretty good. Not much to say about it. It's just really pushed. Okay, Churchy Cole has been very excited about this card, and some other folks as well. Spelunking! 2 and a green for an enchantment. When it ETBs, draw a card, and then you can put a land from your hand into play. And if you put a cave into play this way, you gain 4 life. Lands you control enter the play untapped. Is it not good in Canlander? Look, I might end up being the person that plays this the most in Gladiator. As the premier Maze's End pilot of the format, this is perfect for Maze's End. And yeah, I played Amulet Bloom in Canlander. I 3-1'd with Amulet Bloom Canlander, God, 7 years ago? 6 years ago? I could try it again. Yeah, maybe there's some goofy stuff that you can use with this. How's the cave deck looking? Pretty grim. It's looking about as good as this camera setup right here. Amulet Bloom still exists. Yeah, but now people are killing you with like Minskin Boo instead of like Sun Titan. So it's a little tough. There's a Capybara Pump spell. I haven't actually read this card. The Skull Spore Nexus. 6 green, legendary artifact, costs X less to cast, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. Whenever one or more non-token creatures you control die, you make a green fungus dino with base power and toughness equal to the total power of those creatures. Then you can pay 2 and tap, double target creature's power until end of turn. So this isn't exactly the great henge. But it plays on a slightly different axis. It's the card where you want a big thing to get this into play, and then it gives you some kind of like card advantage if something bad happens to your big thing. Whereas, so it kind of keeps like the game going, but not in the way that the Great Henge does, even if you draw your mana dorks and whatnot. It's just, I think that this does not do enough when your deck is operating on like all the different levels of like creature size. And yeah, this big, honestly, it's this last line of text where I'm like, oh yeah, it's a commander card. Got it. Yeah, got it. Explode. Welcome back for the 42nd month. What up? How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. Glad to have you, and may I say good to see you. And I think that's it, because we are 4.5 hours into this, and I still have to do all of multicolor, all of lands, all of artifacts, all the commander cards, and the Jurassic Park cards. So I'm going to call it there to give my head a rest, and we're going to do part 2 tomorrow after Is This Your Card? Cool. Sound good? Can I show the red-black goblin art? Just the art? Sure. For you, Mink. You want this one? The salamander? It's pretty good art. Pretty good art. You'll be at work? Furno, I mean, the VODs do get uploaded to YouTube, if not the same day, the very next day. And so, I mean, if your work doesn't have YouTube blocked, which a lot of places don't, that might help out. All right, but I'm calling it there. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Again, yeah, going to do part 2 tomorrow. Thank you for all the understanding about the camera. This is so much better for me. Like, unbelievable. The fact that I have been able to do this for 4.5 hours and I feel relatively fine is good. So I might have to do this some more, but that's okay. This works for me. I know it's a little goofy, but I would rather do this and not feel like my head wants to explode than not do it at all. And this is doable. This isn't like me pushing myself to do this. This is like, yeah, this works. So cool. Friendly reminder, the Card Kingdom sponsor the channel. Use cardkingdom.com/wheeler to pick up your cards. Pre-order some stuff from the set. I highly recommend it, especially if you want to play Merfolk, or you want to get like a foil, I don't know, Bartolome. Whatever you want, you can use it. Also, Mana Traders. Using that link, my referral code BenWheeler_M42 can get you 10% off. Helps the channel. And check out the Commander package. Ignore the name. It just lets you play whatever Canlander deck you want, whenever you want, for like 20 bucks a month. It's pretty hot. Cool. Let me drop ya kids off somewhere. Where do you want to go, my lovelies? Is this meth video being playing in the background? No. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Ash is streaming. Oh, Ash and Kathleen are streaming. All right. Everybody has to go and stay with this raid. We need everybody to go to this raid. It'll be really cool. Go watch some Magic the Gathering, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Bye. Love you. Have a good one. Ta-ta for now.